Hello, 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 hello. How's it going there, Tactical Hunter? How's it going there, Citrus? How is everybody today? So, back to the Career Build Series live here, trying to decide what I want to play, and I think there are a bunch of things in this I want to get working on. So, let us currently look at the, let's actually bring this back to the workbench, and I want to look at our money. So, we have 23,000, makes sense. We start with 20 grand and then 3 grand for the putting the fire out. All the people died. Kind of expected that. We weren't really ready for that. Black and white service and a tow. This is something that if you've been watching the weekly updates, was it 2 weeks ago maybe? They boosted the payouts for these tow missions. These tow missions used to not be worth it. Used to get like 2 grand, and they were like could be hours of investment. And so if we look at this one here, this one is actually worth it now. It's 20 grand. We're not going to do it. We don't have the equipment for this right now. But a black and white boat requires servicing. It's 20 grand. That's pretty good. And as you can see, it is a good tow distance. But, you know, that's one of the reasons why, if you've been watching the regular career build series, which I will be going back to once I get the save fixed. I need to make a new save for that. Do a little bit of work behind the scenes. So that is not done. That is not going away. So one of the reasons I started over with the new, with this live version, is this will allow me to kind of do some newer career build series stuff, make some new builds. You know, unfortunately, when I restart a career build series completely from scratch, I then don't get to work on Triton and stuff like that. And so this will allow me, when I want to kind of do the late game stuff, I can go do the recorded episodes. And the live episodes will be more of this kind of a starting. So this was a good thing the devs did a couple updates back. People have been asking for these to get boosted in cash, and it looks like they are. So that's a pretty good amount of money, almost 21,000 for that. But we're not going to do that right now. But we do need some cash. And so one thing I'd like to build is a plane at some point. But what I want to do is, one of the reasons I chose this base. This base is awesome. This is where I recommend new players start now. And the reason is we have that the ability to spawn boats there, but we also have the ability to spawn cars and trucks up here with just the same base, and we also can spawn pretty much whatever we want right here because things spawn outside. They don't spawn inside. So we can spawn anything we want outside. And if we look at the world view, you notice you can spawn a plane, a helicopter out of this base. So this base allows you to spawn water vehicles, small water vehicles, of course, but it also lets you spawn some pretty small cars, trucks, airplanes, helicopters out of this small base. And so I want to build an airplane at some point, kind of a little bush plane, so that we could theoretically, you know, take off the road and do some rescues that way. I'm trying to see what this costs. Okay, so this is 25, so we don't need that much money to spawn our truck, which will be a good way to get into money, because we can start doing some container trading. If we also look, previously in the other career build series, I used this oil deposit. What we're going to eventually do is we'll get to this oil deposit. I've been kind of putting that off. You know, my caution, everybody, after the DLC dropped and the pressure major, a lot of people, I think, are falsely attributing the space DLC to a lot of the problems. The space DLC, in my estimation, the main problem was the gravity issue. Most of the issues that were caused to the game were due to the pressure update, which was a major update, and not necessarily that it was rolled out not balanced, but we kind of probably should have expected that, as you know, they're not going to know how to balance it until they get some feedback from the community. I think they should have been open and done more of an alpha with that. But a lot of the oil deposit stuff was broken because of pressure issues. And so those are starting to get ironed out. So now hopefully we'll be able to get into oil drilling again. That's a good way to make money now. And so we need to start thinking of that stuff. So what I'm going to do here is make sure that no clip is off. If no clip is off, that will cause it so that the missions spawn close to us. And so we're going to go ahead and we're going to sleep. And we're going to see if we can get a little mission to... you know, do something in our little boat here. I want to build a little airplane that we can go do some rescue missions, do stuff like that. That starts to increase our reach. At some point, we'll need a helicopter. I really wish they would make it so that more stuff can be done with airplanes. You know, you end up defaulting to vertical takeoff. How's it going there, Sergeant? What's happening? How's it going, Macedo? Small boat has an emergency. Okay, good. So that's probably us right there. Let's check the map, Aroni. So as you can see, they're very close. If you have your no clip off in the beginning, you know, I see this quite often with new players. They get kind of intimidated by how do I navigate. You know, early on, if you don't have no clip on, everything's very close. So, like right here is the rescue area. So if we look, we can see the hospital ships there. We have an island here. We have the peninsula coming off of Uran's power plant there. And so if we look at this, it's really, the breadth of this is not that wide. But, you know, it goes from that, which is the cliff face there, to about there. So that's really not that much of a search area. As you can see, standing up here. Now, we need to get closer for the mission to actually spawn. That's why we probably can't see it right now. But that is the pretty much the whole... What's that? There it is right there. Okay, I've already spotted it. Right there, I think. No, that's one of the stars. Okay. I thought it was on the water. So, if you notice, this is the search area. Pretty small, actually. So, when you're starting out, you know, with the caveat that you don't have no clip on, search area is pretty small. And if it's too foggy, guess what? You can't do that mission. Sleep in the bed and do it later. Or, you know, just let it go by. So let's go ahead and we'll grab our boat here. I think we're good to go. Yeah, I think we're good to go. So let's go ahead and spawn this. And we'll see how this rescue goes. I have a defib on me. Let's grab this and start her up. Alright, let's go. So again, search area is probably from about, if we look at the island, that's the island, so we're talking maybe maximum there to there at our widest. So, you know, on the map, it seems like a huge amount of area. It really isn't. It's pretty small. You know, and so, like, we're just going to aim about the middle section of that search area. You know, and I think new players often think that, oh, if they don't do this mission, something bad's going to happen. No, just sleep through it. The devs added something where it says, you know, another rescue service completed the mission. You know, and that's good RP, so you also don't feel like you're killing these people by not doing the missions. But you don't have to do every rescue mission. You can let them expire, and you can sleep in the bed and force them to expire to get new ones. How's it going there, Zachy? What's up? What's up? So I really do want to get a plane going. One of the things I was kind of thinking about this is I want to try to grind some money in fast. I want to try to accelerate that money. You need money to make money, and so we're going to try to do some of that to get this kind of moving. You know, I'm trying to limit myself to vehicles that I've built in live streams. So this boat being our first boat, the truck that was built live streams, I'm going to use that for some container stuff. But I want to do a bunch of building in this live series. I think the live format's better for building. I used to do a lot of building in the career build series, especially the previous one. And it's, you know, it's not the best format to just kind of have a video playing with me building. It's better to kind of be able to interact with the community while I'm doing it. You know, that way if somebody has a question, why do you do this, why do you do that, I can interact. And it, you know, the lives are a little bit longer format as well. And then the career build series itself is better just for the missions. All right, so I'm doing a zigzag because this dial is blocking my view, so. So a little bit of chop out here. If you watched last episode, you noticed that this boat can operate in 100% wind. It gets a little bit flip-floppy, but as we tested it, this has no glitches, this boat. It has no active stability weight. There it is over to my right. It has no active stability weight anymore. This is all inherent stability. So, you know, to recap, if you didn't watch last time, if you can get the center of gravity low, the boat always wants to stay upright. And so even if this boat rolled over, it would roll back up. And so by doing that, you're taking out a lot of the instability out of the boat, and it naturally wants to behave itself. You know, and so this is where you'll see a lot of people are struggling because they're trying to make systems that are overcoming their inherent instability, and by increasing stability naturally, it makes it so that your systems can be much simpler, and you don't need as many microcontrollers, you don't need as much complexity, you don't need to really you know, work around problems. It's like when people think the gyro is gonna just, ooh, I don't want to get burned here. How'd I get burned? How'd I get burned? All right, there we go. Let's see. Dump, let's see, you're expensive. I don't really rather not lose you. Okay. There we go. Oh, you're incapacitated. There we go. Alright, so it's better to not crawl on the side of this boat. It's so small that the likelihood is that it's very easy for me to tip the boat over if I were to glitch on the side. So a boat like this, I just grab the handle and then I'm going to jump out. If you glitch in the blocks a little bit, that's when you're going to have problems. So it's better to not. Like this boat, you can see I can jump up, no problem. Hey, what's up there, killer? We're going to grab that and we're going to feed you that. And especially, we're going to engage in mass piracy here in the beginning to try to, we don't have a lot of cash, so try to get cash where we can. I don't have space for the rope, but that little, you know, med kit save us a little bit of cash there. All right, when you jump on my, why are you still, like, oh, I only pumped one into you. There we go. Giggity. All right, so they're full health now. So what I'm going to do is, again, I'm going to try to observe smart behavior, not to cause glitches. So I'm going to drop this person off, grab the handle, grab off the handle. If this person would stay close enough to me. They're almost close enough for me to grab. Here, let's see. Come on, come on, come on. I just put you there. So I'm going to Y them. They are just outside of range. Come on, dude. They drifted just a hair. Let's put them right here. Okay. And grab the handle. Off the handle. Oh, you suck. So bad. Alright, there we go. I'm just going to try to do the jump. Hopefully it won't glitch on the sides. This boat's just so small, you can easily glitch in these, and it's better to be safe than sorry, but it worked. It just... Something this small and light, you really kind of want to watch that. Yeah, here we go. Oh, let's see, what's up with your trailer there, Citrus? Alright, so fire is out, a little bit of cash for that, and we have the person here, so I know most of you guys aren't new players, but for new players, unless it tells you to tow that boat, don't tow the boat. You see a ton of new players that want to salvage and tow that boat. You know, there's no point unless it tells you. You know, we just went over this mission here is a tow mission. It tells you right there, transport a black and white boat to fishing village. This one, if we read the mission, it says, extinguish all fires and rescue one casualty to a hospital. That's it. That's all we have to do. We do not have to do anything else. Now, I recommend not doing what exactly I'm doing. I am building in my career game. I will often use a custom game for building and then go in the career game. Because, you know, for example, if you spawn a vehicle, go out, test it, use some fuel, bring it back, you know, you've just burned fuel. But I'm going to be doing a little bit of this, put a little bit of extra pressure on, make it a little bit more challenging, but I may go back to doing a creative game for that. So I talk about this in the new player career build series. One of the first things you want to be considering is your fuel. First thing, make sure your vehicle is fuel efficient. This is fuel efficient. You notice my engine's not screaming. It's pretty reasonable efficiency-wise. It's not oversized. Like, you notice the size of this is about as small as I really want. It can do plenty of work. It's not overly extravagant. You see people, they'll immediately try to come out and build the Titanic, you know. Build a little bit on the smaller side. Make it simple, especially when you're new. Your first builds aren't going to be all that detailed or great, and you're going to want to move on pretty quickly. Like, by building this boat, if I want to move on to a different boat, it wasn't like I put a huge time investment. This was like a couple hours, you know. So we're going to go in here, and we're going to even walk this person, but I think what we'll do is we'll grab one of my trucks, something small. I would like to build a vehicle. We could theoretically build a vehicle, really, a little car. We might do that. What I'll probably... I can't spawn that truck yet. Boom. Okay, there we go. Cannot edit vehicle with passengers. I'm not trying to edit the vehicle. I'm trying to pick them up. There we go. Ah! Alright, we're not going to shoot this flare off because that's obnoxious. There. How did this dog get out? I thought I put him upstairs. Demon. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and we'll recall this. Alright. So that's back in. Money-wise, we're up to 26. We got another 3 grand for that fuel, so pretty good. All right, how are you doing on... let's not point the gun at her. There we go. Even though it's a flare gun. All right, could you follow? What is it? E? E. There we go. Oh, take it easy there. Simmer down now. What are you doing? Oh, you're a different... No, you're the same dog. I thought I put you away, but I guess not. Look and build challenge discussion. I shall. You still following me? They are. Alright, so let's get this person run off. I'm just going to grab a quick vehicle, and then we'll build up a vehicle so that I can do this in the future without having to use a vehicle I have not built recently. So let's do... Actually, I've been building this gator recently, so let's just grab the croc. I'm sorry, it's inspired by a gator. Alright, so let's stick this Johnny in the passenger seat and we'll head over. I don't know if I hooked the electricity up to this. I don't think I did. Alright, so let's not use this vehicle. I did not hook the electricity up. So, try not to use any cheats. So we'll just grab a vehicle I have. We'll grab the mini truck. And then we'll build something. We'll actually use the mini Jeep. Mini Jeep was designed for... It fits in a bunch of my airplanes. That's why I built this. So, good excuse to use this. What's up with this now? That's interesting. Okay. Why is this not running? Alright, we'll grab a vehicle I know works. That's getting obnoxious already. Yeah. And I will build a vehicle here so that we have one fresh from this actual series. So, there you go. It's the toggle button. Okay, and I think we're good here. Okay. 5 is parking brake. So we use this little mini truck just to go run them off. So this is a great base. The what do you call it? The hospital's nice and close. You know, the urine winds power plant is close. That allows us to deal with fuel. You know, I started talking about it's very important early game to consider fuel. So you don't want a vehicle that burns a ton of fuel. And then right off the bat, you want to be monitoring that fuel. I generally am a person who likes to have a checkbox. And so before the devs changes, I'm all for this change. I think forcing you into certain types of gameplay sometimes can be good. You know, games like Escape from Tarkov do that. You know, like some people are like, oh, I like to play this game like COD. Well, that's not what the game's about. And so, like, the devs have put in things like inertia so that you couldn't play that way because, again, the game's trying to be themed. Now, this is a single-player game. I think it's much more important that they kind of let you do what you want to do. And so there used to be an option where, essentially, you had to refill your base. And so that was an option. And now it is mandatory. I think the good thing with that is it forced some people out of their comfort zone, but in a single-player game, it is nice for people to have choice. But, for example, like, I used to always leave that off because I was like, oh, that's kind of a, I don't know if I want to have to transport my fuel or this or that. Now that I have been forced to do that, I've made some cool vehicles. So I think it can go either way, whether or not that's good design to take the choice away or not, but... You know, you can always, if you have creative menu on, you get in a bind, you can always turn infinite fuel on. So that's something that's there. So I don't think it's that bad because turn on the custom menu, you can always turn on infinite fuel. So thinking of that, we have urine wind power plant. Each base starts with about 5,100 liters of fuel. And so we can, for example, take our tiny little boat, we can fill our fuel tank up, say, 10%. And then we can go over to Urine Wind and we can fill it the rest of the way and ferry a small bit of fuel back. These early missions, we're not going very far. Like this thing maybe at most burned a liter. So we're not burning a ton, and we just got about $5,700 ronies off that mission. So we got some good money off that mission. And so that was a good start there. And we don't have to go that far for fuel, and then eventually, pretty soon, we're going to be making it. It was also a way to kind of force you into that industrial gameplay for the oil drilling, which I'm kind of all for. You know, it takes people out of their comfort zone. They might never have been interested in that until they actually kind of have to play that way, and then they realize, oh, that's kind of cool, you know. All right, so let's see. Where are we at money-wise now? We're up to 28,000. Beautiful. So that was all we needed to do to be able to start doing some container transpo missions. So let's go ahead and we're going to spawn... We're going to spawn the truck. Let's see where we're at here with that. So we're going to spawn the container truck. So if you've been watching this, this was my example truck for the build challenge. I think this is all plumbed and good, so this is going to need testing anyway. So we'll go ahead and spawn this. All right, missing required diesel, so that's fine. We'll check what the diesel is. Currently, we're down to almost nothing. That's fine. We're going to check this tank. All right, so we have about 80 liters in this tank, and I assume we're around 80 liters in the other tank. There we go. All right, good. So we have most of the, pretty much all of our fuel on our back right now. Alright, so let's go ahead and take a little drive. And we'll go grab a container, and we're going to deliver it. So, this is great having this base here. This is a little bit more terrestrial than the old beginner base where, you know, you're pretty much sea-bound. I like this. I think the devs have made some good changes with this industrial frontier. I think, you know, some of the things like, I think this base is improved. You're starting out with the ability to launch pretty much any type of vehicle. Now, you know, are you going to be able to launch a huge airplane? No, but you're going to be able to launch a helicopter right there. So you can have a helicopter, you can have ground vehicles, you can have sea vehicles right off the bat. That is nice. You have urine winds power plant right there, which gives you some more fuel. You have the ability to mine some oil right down there. So I think that's a good entry into the environment now. So I think this is a good, this would be my chosen starter base if I were to start now. So we'll go get a container. You know, like this truck here, this truck's very capable. It costs 25,000. So you notice we built one boat, and we're just able to get to the point now where we can start getting into container missions. So we're pretty quickly able to start, you know, just grinding some money if we want, you know. So this type of thing is pretty reasonable. So you can see you don't need oodles of cash to be able to start going here. This is pretty, you know, this is pretty easy to get going. You start with 20 in the first 2 missions, even though we didn't even really complete the first mission. I think there were 2 or 3 casualties. We would have got an extra 6 grand if we were able to complete that, but I just didn't have the defib. How's it going there, FS? How's it going there, Gibworks? Currently, I need to look at where we are on the map. Nope, I don't. I need to shut this off here. I'm going to shut off map vehicles. So I know where I am. I'm over here now, but I just need to take that left path up. So the navigation on the terrestrial navigation is not bad either in this. So we do have to keep an eye out for our fuel. We have 45 gallons. That should be plenty for a while, but we need to keep in mind that that is all the fuel we have in our base. So what we're going to do is we're going to head over, we're going to try to pick up likely an FJ container, and we'll head over to FJ. And what we'll do is we're going to fill our fuel tanks at FJ. FJ spawns with 5,000 liters. And so by filling up at FJ, just making sure we're going the right way, I think we are. By filling up at FJ, that's going to bring that fuel back to our base. What I might do is actually, I can't spawn anything there. I was going to say, we can do a terrestrial exchange too, where I drive to either Urine or FJ, and I can actually put a pallet on the back of this truck and drag it. I do want to build a purpose-built, like, small semi. I like using semis. The whole notion of a... Did I take the wrong path, is the question. I don't know if I did or not. We'll get there. I'm crossing the railroad tracks. Oh, okay. I was looking at the railroad tracks. That's fine. We're right here crossing the railroad tracks. We need to come up this line next. That's fine. I was Wasn't sure if I was looking at railroad tracks or if I was looking at train tracks. Mixed. Always mixed, FS. Missions of any sort, and revenue of any sort. You know, that's the nice thing is, you know, I really just, I don't understand the search and rescue purists who think, like, that think the game should not ever do anything other than search and rescue. You know, there are some people who just think that search and rescue should be expanded. I'm perfectly fine with that. Expand it all you want. But, you know, those who, like, somehow are offended that people enjoy doing other things in this game, you know, I like doing search and rescue in this game, but I'll often get bored and want to do something else, you know, and so I think variety is the spice of life, the ability to do some other stuff. So, like, right off the bat here, you know, we did 2 search and rescue missions already, and we're on to containers just for the cash. Once we get our cash flow up, we can start really getting into other things. I think it cost me about $35,000 to get back into oil. You know, so that really gets us going, and then we're pretty much able to print money. We have to work for it. You know, I don't really endorse the notion of not having to work for our money in this. You know, we do have to work for our money, but that is, I think that's a good thing. This speedo needs to be, we're going 88 miles an hour. That's a little bit excessive. Where is the exit? Can we go that way? Let's see. See what the map looks like here. We can head out this way. Okay. We'll go to the east. I don't think I've ever driven through here. Yeah, it looks like we're going slow. We're going 50 miles an hour. You know, that's the thing, too. Is a lot of games you don't get a good perception of speed. You know, we're going a good 50 miles an hour, so plenty of speed here. You know, you hear how low that our... Whoa, 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 don't break this already. You hear my air brakes, too. Oh, as I say, before the circus came to town, I almost crashed. You hear how low the sound is and the RPS on my engine. You know, that's how you keep fuel efficiency up. You know, we started with 45 gallons. We're down to 44.55. We used half a gallon, you know, so that keeps this economical, you know, and learning how to do transmissions and gearing your engines properly. You know, you can make stuff that's super efficient. RPS on this is, what is that? 10. That was 10 at the moment. So we're going 10 RPS at the moment. We're down to 5.4. See. Looking for containers, trying to not get irradiated. As long as we stay away from the main building, we'll be fine for radiation. Alright, so we'll go snag a container. There is fuel right down there if we wanted it. We don't want it though. We're gonna leave this base pack with fuel, so then in the event we need it, we're gonna be able to go and get fuel from this place later. This will be, if we really get squeezed on fuel, we have fuel right here that's close to our base. So we're gonna head all the way across, and we're gonna go to FJ. We'll get fuel. We'll fill up here so that our trip back, we essentially are snagging fuel from as far away as we can. All right. Whoa. Excuse me there, container. Didn't see you there. There's a 6,000 FJ. That is a Sawyer North. We're definitely not doing that. That's a JSI 8. That's a FJ 44. 41 minutes on that one. Not doing that one. So pretty much JSI and FJ are 2 that we can do via land. JSI, definitely not doing that one. It's only $2,000. That's a 6 for FJ. So an 8 for JSI, but I think JSI is a bit of a hike. That's an 8 FJ. That looks like us right there. All right, that's it right here. This is ours right here. That's an 8 for FJ. That's a good price. And we'll grab one on the way back. So You know, if we could double this, this is, you know, we're talking 16 grand, probably like at least, you know, 15 and change in profit on this. So not quite doubling our money, but we're getting there, you know. And I probably stalled my engine. I do need to fix that. I've gone over that before. It's just essentially you make the clutch go in earlier. All right, so that red, that oil one right there, the red, was it shell oil, something like that? I forget what it's called. Clam oil. Giggity. Okay. And let's see, what I'm trying to see, we have more space to the right. So we're gonna go ahead this way. I have a little bit of delay on there, like an air brake delay. So try to just be careful around the dock here because my brakes are a little bit slow. This one actually a tractor trailer I could get tighter because the axles would be close together like I'm hitting this container here. Let's back up. Let's reposition here. I'm more used to a tractor trailer. I can turn a lot tighter. These straight backs, you know, I'll kind of show you what I mean. Like, see how far apart the axles are? If this was tractor trailer, the axles would be right here, and then you'd have the trailer axles back there. You could actually turn a lot tighter. And so that's another benefit of tractor trailer sometimes, is you can turn a lot tighter. I need to up the brakes a little bit. They're a little bit on the weak side. Alright. Try to do as much in first person as I can. Yeah, there's no wrong way to play. You know, that's one. A lot of people enjoy third person more. You know, I'm not a huge third person fan, but if that's how you enjoy playing, there's no shame in turning on third person and using it, you know? Alright, there we go. We're on top of it. Let's put the brake on. Let's get out of reverse so I don't hear that. We'll sit in neutral. Alright, and we'll go ahead and we will raise the table and put out the carriage. There we go. Let's go ahead and bring the carriage in. And we'll lower the table. There we go. I like this manual as well. It just gives me something to do, you know? Alright, good. So we have 150 minutes, plenty of time to get to FJ. And now we'll go ahead and get getting. And I'm just going to stay as far away from the main building as possible. You know, you have to, I think you pretty much have to go inside to get irradiated, so. But that would be not great if we got irradiated. Oh, thanks for hanging out, Sergeant. It's too bad. But thanks for hanging out. Well, not necessarily for the starter boat. That starter boat is what's gonna. I'm just answering Sinister's. How's it going, the Sinister question? The starter boat, we're gonna hang with that for a little bit. We're not gonna really make that starter boat all that advanced. I would rather move on to another boat at that point. But what we're gonna do is, currently, I want to get us. I want to diversify our vehicles. So anything I built live, I'm gonna use. I'm gonna try to maintain as much on the career build series as possible. That way you guys can kind of see me build what I'm working on in here. And so we have a vehicle here to be able to do container transport. This vehicle could be used to run somebody off to the hospital. But what I want to do is I want to build some more land vehicles. I want to also build an airplane so we can use that for certain rescues. And so we're mainly getting cash. Cash is king. Just the ability to have a little bit of extra cash lets us have more vehicles, and it allows us to complete more missions, greater variety of missions. And so that's why I'm kind of going right to grinding some cash here. One, I want to test out this truck, make sure everything's running right. Like, for example, you notice our electricity is at 100%. You know, that, that's something to test out. See the fuel efficiency here. Like, we've used 4 gallons so far, not bad. You know, so I want to test this out, but I would like to build an airplane to do some bush rescues, and then I want to build a car specifically for this series, car, truck. Most likely what it's going to be is a small semi. If you've been watching me play Farming Sim, I really like the W50, so I might do something like that. I think we're left here. The W50, something small like that. You know, I like a power unit and some sort of, you know, what I mean by power unit's like a tractor and a tractor trailer setup, or a power unit is like a tugboat. So I tend to default towards power unit barge or power unit trailer. And the reason is versatility. That gives you a lot of versatility. So if you think of like a tractor trailer, the tractor you can take a tractor trailer, you can hook it up to a flatbed, and you can haul something on a flatbed, or you can hook the tractor up to a tank, and you can transport water or fuel. You can hook the tractor up to a container chassis and haul containers. It gives you a lot of versatility. You can hook it up to a tip dump, and we can go do some mining. And so a tractor trailer is very versatile, and so I try to get to that. I think that's a good way to do it. When I start out, I also like to do like a tug barge setup. You know, I can use a tugboat and I can go accomplish a tow mission, or I can use the tugboat and I can pull a barge that holds containers, or I can pull a barge that holds fuel. You know, so I like to have a power unit type of setup, and so we're probably going to build a small semi, and that way we can have some small trailers and start doing some of these things like, you know, move a container, we can start transporting some fuel, we can, you know, we might have to tow a car, so stuff like that. You know, so I think that'll be fun to get going on that. I also want to build a little airplane. Somebody built a shorts, and that kind of got me inspired to do the old school small shorts. It's a type of airplane. And so what we'll do is we'll kind of do bush rescues. We'll be able to spawn it at that car base, and we'll be able to do some of these more further flung missions. Like right now, I don't want to take that little boat from continent to continent. It's too small. But if we have a little airplane, we can fly across and go to the other continents. We do have to be careful here for goats. Looks like, what are those? Chickens? What are those? Chickens? Gobble, gobble, gobble. Chickens. Alright, yep, those are chickens. Chicken, good. Yeah, this is where I almost hit the goat there and rolled my tractor on one of the episodes of Career Build Series, so. But the distances really aren't that far, and it's kind of nice to get a little bit of transpo going. So we've used 5 gallons so far. We're about maybe a third of the way there, so not too shabba-labba. Pretty good fuel efficiency here. You know, we'll fill up at fuel at FJ. We'll grab another container. Actually, I don't think I can get the door. I might not be able to get the doors open at FJ, but we should have enough fuel to return. The industrial biome, the arid biome, is really nice too, because you get some free car bases. Like you can spawn at Liam's garage. There's a couple that I forget what the one's called here. There are a bunch of different garages, and they're free workbenches to spawn cars. And so that makes it nice that if you, for example, you want to land in your helicopter, you can put the helicopter back in the garage, and you can pull a car. And so I do like this arid biome for that. What do you mean, the blue Mac there? Oh, the Titan, the Mac Titan, yeah. That was based off a Mac Titan, yeah. I haven't worked on that in a while. Need to upgrade some trucks, put air brakes on everything. But, you know, so we'll make a tiny little semi. And that I think will give us some versatility. We can get into a little bit of mining. As much as gold is not worth it, you know, money-wise, I'll do a write-up for the devs. I've been meaning to do it on industrial biome, but also so much of life is timing, and, you know, the last month was not good to be suggesting X, Y, and Z. Like, you saw a lot of people like, oh, do this, 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 and this. It's like, you know, they're working on fixing the things that were broken, so, you know, it wasn't the best timing to be like, oh, go add this feature or this feature. Currently going faster than I like. 83. Yeah, that's not bad. 85 is good. I just need to fix the gauge. Make the gauge go up to 90. You know, people often have this complaint that, you know, they keep crashing their vehicles. Well, it's like, you're also driving like a maniac. You know, you go shooting over a hill at 85 miles an hour when, you know, in real life you'd be going 65, you know, and then they'll say, oh, I crashed. Yeah, of course you crashed. You know, if you drove like that in real life, you crashed too. So I'll just re-index that gauge up to 90. That way it doesn't go past the stop on the gauge. But my 1988 Ford Escort that I had, it, is this it? This is it. My 1988 Ford Escort, the speedo only went up to, I think it was 80 miles an hour. And if you went over 80 miles an hour, it would go past it. Now we're going to no man's land like that. You know, so if you understand the relationship between gearing and RPS, all you're doing is, you know, you're trading either torque for RPS or RPS for torque. And at the end of the day, your wheel, if you cut your wheel and you lay it out, you know, let's say your wheel is 2 meters in diameter. So for each one rotation, there's some bison. For each one rotation, you're getting, you know, let's say it's 2 meters in diameter. For every one rotation, you go forward 2 meters. So if you're doing 1 meter per second, you're doing 2 meters per second. If you're doing 2 RPS, you're doing 4 meters per second, you know, and you can extrapolate that. So you know what your final ratio is. So if I wanted to slow us down, well, what I would do is I could just cap out my RPS lower. So I could reduce my RPS to lower my maximum speed. And that would work like a governor. And that's how they do it IRL. They just limit your max speed by essentially, okay, you hit your max speed, all right, we're not going to let you have any more power. And that's all they do in real life as well. Like, you know, I've driven tractors where they were limited to 65. If you were going to Maine, you know, the speed limit on the highway in Maine was 70, so you could go to the shop and be like, hey guys, can you bump my speed up to 70? I have to go to Maine, you know, and they would change the governor out to 70, you know. So that's how you, if you want to do better speed control, that's how you can do it as well. You know, or you want precision, you want to maximize it to a certain level. You know, like right now, I did this when I was building this truck, like it's at 13.5 RPS max now, I think. And so if I lowered that by a couple RPS, I would be able to get it, you know, in lower into a lower speed. So if I wanted to govern this to 60, I might limit my RPS to 10, or I could change my final gear ratio essentially. Look at my temperature. You know, we've been driving for a while now. You notice 60 degrees, let go, and it drops. This just starts cooling right away. Pretty simple system. You know, a lot of people have been having issues with cooling. I think they're just asking too much of their engines, frankly. You know, boats and airplanes, you'll get into problems because boats and airplanes, you are constantly pegged at red line. Guess what? In a large airplane, you do not go to red line. You pull it back. You know, small airplanes, you'll go to red line. You'll go to quote-unquote red line, but in real life, you're not at the red line. It's just an artificial line that they put below where they want you to be. You know, so the red line in a Cessna 172, like you push the throttle all the way in, well, guess what? You're actually not giving it max power. You blow the engine up. You know, where you push it to, the cable that controls the either the injector or the throttle body, it will not allow you to over rev the engine essentially. And so you know, like this setup here, you notice I've got my engine running nice and low in RPM range. It's geared properly, and I can't overheat this. We're in the arid biome. I've had it floored the entire time. We're going 86, and we're around 62 degrees here. And when I let off the accelerator like I just did, there goes the temp. So you notice it's just, you know, it's not a game problem. There are some issues with pressure. There were some issues where you are getting air in the lines, absolutely 100%, but it can be done. So, you know, I think it's important to show some examples that yes, you currently can cool some engines presently. You may have to change some of your systems, but we kind of expected this to happen when pressure mechanics were put in. Things were going to change, and there are going to be some new challenges to learn those new systems. Try to read a little chat. I'm trying to read and drive here. Yep, shout out Maine. Are you from Maine there, Jacob? How's it going, Jacob? First time see you in here. I'll read, take it easy here. So, you know, the other thing, too, is this is intimidating, especially to new players, that I just drove across an entire continent. It didn't take very long. You know, I've been streaming for 48 minutes. We did a boat rescue, and we went and picked up a trailer, and we're across. We burned a grand total of 12 gallons on our trip here. So we really didn't use that much fuel. Like, I can make it all the way back, no problem. We're going to try to get some fuel just for... Actually, I can grab it out of here. We're going to grab some fuel just to transport it to ferry fuel, but we don't need the fuel, you know. All right, and we're gonna we'll just put it right here. All right, so go ahead and drop this container. We'll find a new one for ourselves here. All right, this system's working nicely. All right, we'll go up, we'll find a container, and we'll take it back. Read a little chat. Try not to drive and read my texts at the same time. This was smart, though, them staggering these. See how these containers are staggered? That makes it so you can connect to all of them without a problem. That was smart for them to stagger load these, because you can back up to them now. All right, let's go ahead and we'll take a looky-loo and try to find something. So, no. This FJ is one of the best bases, too, just because it's 80 grand, unless the price changed. And you have all three bases, so that's kind of cool. All right, so we're looking for either a JSI or we're looking for a urine. There's a JSI for 3, not enough money, frankly. It will take it if we need to. No money's better than... There's a 4. There's a 4, but it's in the opposite direction. That's a JSI, not worthy. So far the 4 for urine's our best bet so far. I didn't see the time on it though. We have to be careful of the time. We don't want these to time out. All right, so that's a 4. That's a 5 for JSI. All right, so we're looking at a 4 for urine is what we're going to take here. So I think it was that orange one, but we'll check it. Nope, this is this one. All right. So we'll grab this one. So that's 12 grand in containers. Plus, you know, if any mission pops up on our way, like if we get a mission to rescue somebody, we can grab them, you know, and so that's kind of nice. You know, if you watch the Career Build series, you saw me build that kind of, that amphibious truck. And part of the whole thought process with that is that's kind of a home ship on land. Can do pretty much any mission, you know, not any mission, but it can do most of the missions from that. It's kind of like a motorhome, you know, and so it's kind of a neat vehicle that you can just drive around the waste, and when a mission comes up, you can snag it and do it. You can sleep and get new missions. I think it was that spam over there. Yeah, it's the spam. And we'll fill up before we leave here. Yep, we're having a collision problem here. Let me quickly fix that. We're having an interaction problem with this, so don't know what the dilly is with that. I'm forcing a block into something, it looks like here. I just want to see what's up from the exterior. You can see this carriage was jumping, and it was causing problems. It was just causing a collision problem. So it seems like it's resolved itself now. So, all right, good. You know, A lot of people think that how could you possibly back up to things without a backup camera? Like guys in the package department would ask us how we back up a 53-foot trailer without, you know, seeing what's behind us. And it's like, people have been doing this for many, many, many decades before cameras, you know. It's a skill that people have lost, unfortunately, but it's something you can definitely do, you know. Just, but you have to do it. You have to practice. You know, it's all about practice, and you never take the time to practice, you don't get good at it. All right, there we go. Put in neutral. We're good. All right. There it comes. The carriage is being a little funky right now. I'm gonna try to get it to move itself here. Sometimes they get sticky. Just recycle them. That's what you do in real life too. You know, they'll get stuck on things in real life too. You just cycle them. All right, good. We're locked up. Let's go over to the hangar. I'm going to fill up, and then I'll read some chat. Yeah, that's what you know, a lot of my friends aren't interested in this. Like, I've tried to see if people are interested in that. You know, it's, you know, this is kind of my whole thought process on that. It's like, it would be nice if the friends you already have are interested in the games you like to play. Like, for example, I love, you know, I played games with my brother, my younger brother, for, you know, over 30 years, you know, and so I would love it if he liked these games. He doesn't, you know, and it's too bad. But, you know, the best thing is, one of the reasons why I like to have, you know, I kind of made the community that I made is, you know, you can make your own community, or you can join a community that loves that game, and sometimes it's better than trying to force your friends who have no interest in that genre to try to play that. You know, it's not fun, you know, to force a friend who's not interested in that game to play it. It's not fun for them, and it's really not fun for you. You know, it's better to say, oh, you like this game? Okay, I like that type. I'll play that type of game with you. Like my friend Monk, he doesn't like to play, this type of game, but he likes to play Tarkov. So, you know, he doesn't like this game, that's fine. So we play Tarkov together, and then I play this game with people who enjoy this type of game. All right, so it looks like we're not filling up. That could be, I don't have any pressure relief valves on these, on the fuel system, so that's something I need. So you notice I can't fill. That's a pressure relief problem. So what's happening is likely, see how we're at 0.91 atmosphere? That should be taking it in, but we need an air relief valve on this, so that's pretty simple. I'll show you guys how to do that at some point. We have plenty of fuel to get back, but we just can't fill up because of that. So that was something they warned us about in May. They talked about that in May. They said that these things would change. You would need pressure relief valves. That is realistic. You know, of course, they're much smaller IRL, but we should have no problem putting a system on like that. It's pretty much a gas leveler and one of these fluid port ends, and it will equalize the system. So not the end of the world. We have plenty of fuel. We only burned 15 to get out here, so we're still going to be about a third of a tank. Alright, I'm going to start trying to read chat while I drive here. Hopefully I don't crash. If I crash, I blame you guys. Let me try to get chat where it belongs so I can read here. Yeah, I already mentioned Maine. Nope. Yeah, Maine is the northeasternmost state. So it used to be part of Massachusetts back in the 1800s, but the Maine Autobahn, yeah, up above Bangor. I think I used to fly into Bangor when I was in the airlines. We used to go up there. It was back during our interference in the Middle East, and so we used to fly. You know, Bangor was a big place where the troops would they would contract airlines, and they would go overseas and take them overseas. So we used to fly Boston, Bangor, and you know, just for regular flights. But that was back then, you know, in the early 2000s. They were that was a big staging point for sending people across to interfere over there. So, yeah. They are states in the U.S. Yeah, like, people make their cars run at like 60 RPS. One, it's like, how the hell do you stand that noise? You know, and it's, you know what it is it's them compensating because they don't know how transmission works. And it's understandable, but it's not, you know, I think it's better to learn the mechanics, and it is daunting. You know, I take for granted that for me some of these things are easy, but they're easy because I took the time to learn them. I did have some prior experience IRL with these things, but you know, the nice thing with this and the rewarding thing with this is you can learn these mechanics. You know, you can learn all these stuff. That's why I do tutorials to try to help people and demystify it and not have to listen to 60 RPS engines. You know. You know, it's like, you know, I'll see people complaining about, oh, you know, I've done 2 missions and I'm out of fuel. I'm like, how the hell did you burn 5,000 liters in 2 missions? You know, then you see how close the missions are. Well, it's because they don't know how to, you know, they don't know how a gearbox works. So they just direct connect their engine to the propeller and rev it up to 60, you know, or try to. And they burn an absolute insane amount of fuel. Or they're doing that with their cars and they burn an insane amount of fuel. And they say, oh, I can't cool it. Well, of course you can't cool it. You're burning, you know, a small Gulf States amount of you know, domestic product every year to move 5 feet. So of course you're making a lot of heat because you're burning a lot of fuel. You know, the heat comes from burning the fuel and friction. You know, and so both those things are caused by RPS. You know, the more revolutions, the more friction, the more heat. The more fuel you're burning, the more heat. You know, and so makes sense. And so you know, and you know, granted, some people just really don't care about the mechanics. You know, that's kind of the group that just download things off the workshop and never learn the mechanics, and that's fine. You know, they can still enjoy the game and support the game, and you know, they don't have to learn those mechanics. But you know, the answer to a lot of these problems is engineering. You know, if you want to fix your fuel burn, you want to fix your heat issues, there are solutions. You know, at the end of the day, you know, like I talked about in previous videos, you have to sometimes look in the mirror and say, is it something I'm doing? And that's often tough because that could betray that you don't know something, which is, you know, for some people it can be embarrassing. It shouldn't be. You know, the only ignorance you should ever be embarrassed about is willful ignorance, the desire to not know something. And again, you don't have to want to learn these mechanics, that's fine, but like reveling in not knowing something is kind of silly, I think. But you know, there's no shame in not knowing something, right? I'd say most people don't know how to fly an airplane. There's nothing wrong with that. Doesn't mean you're stupid. It doesn't mean you can't be taught. I could teach most of you how to fly an airplane. You know, I was a flight instructor. I could sit down with somebody who doesn't know how to fly an airplane. I could teach them. Like, I don't know how to crochet, but I could sit down with somebody who knows how to crochet, and they could teach me to crochet. You know, and so there's nothing wrong with not knowing things. You know, and I think people for some reason are afraid that they're going to be made fun of if they don't know something. You know, if somebody makes fun of you for not knowing something, that means they're not a very nice person. They're not a very good person. Frankly, you know, do you really want to be, you know, interacting with that grouchy person? You know, and there are plenty of people in this community who will help you out. You know, I think that shame that people feel for not knowing something often causes the frustration in here because they'll work for like 4 hours pulling their hair out and not understanding something. Then they get pissed off. And then they reach out for help. Well, nobody wants to really help somebody who's, you know, yelling and screaming and having a tantrum. So it's better to reach out early, be like, oh, I don't understand this. Try it for a little while. Try it for 30 minutes. Okay, I don't get it. I did look for some tutorials. Then ask, you know, hey, are there any tutorials on modular engines or gearing or helicopters? And you can have people in the community who are happy to reach out to you and post a link of their favorite tutorial, or they might be wanting to help you. You know, I've been going on the forums a lot during this whole period when the game's been a little shaky with dialing in mechanics. You know, and I go in there and I'll help a couple people, and that's, you know, that's the best thing to do is, you know, if you know something, share it with the community. You just make it better, you know. That's a big jump. I knew that was coming. All right, let's try to read some chat. This is a dangerous part of roads, so I have to kind of do it. Yep, I used to go to Maine a lot. I used to drive up to Maine I used to go to Wells, Portland. I went to prep school in Bridgeton. I used to go to Sunday River, Maine. Sunday River's Maine, yeah. I can't remember. Sunday River, Maine. I think it is, yeah. And we had a house in North Conway, and we used to, you know, North Conway's right on the border of Maine. This is a tough spot to be reading here. I'll scroll down chat when I get a second here. Trying to get a little bit of on a straightaway. There we go. I can scroll my chat now. I think OBS added a new feature. It was going to let me sign directly into YouTube, so I wonder if that's going to put the chat in OBS now. I have to play with that. How's it going there, Rasmus? Good to see you. Yeah, so much of speed limits has to do with how big the area is, too. It's like, out west, you'll have speed limits as high as like in the 80 miles an hour because it's like literally 20 miles, not another soul on the road. And it's just like dead straight roads like this going through the desert. And so you won't see somebody for, you know, you might not see somebody for 20, 30 minutes an hour. And so it's not like you're going to be hitting people, you know. And then you have like congested cities where, of course, this, whoa, chicken in the road, where, of course, the speed limit is low because, you know, you don't want to be hitting people. You know, you can't go super fast through a city because if you ever ran off the road, you're going to smash right into a storefront, you know, or you have, you know, tractor trailer roll over in the middle of a city. Imagine that, you know, like hauling fuel, how devastating that could be, you know. So, you know, some of the less populous areas have pretty high speed limits, and then the more populous areas, like going through Portland right now, I think the speed limit's like 50, 55 because of construction, unless they wrap that up, which I doubt. It's been like that for years. But, you know, you go on certain parts of Maine where it's more forest between the cities, you know, the speed limits are much higher because you, there's not much out there, you know. And so it's like, you know, there's a lot. You know, you need to be able to move those goods. You need to be able to travel, and you know, the downside, like if you have a crash, of course you're going to get hurt, but it's not like you're smashing into a city, you know. So I'd like to see the devs boost gold. I'll probably put that in my video. Gold takes the most time. I need to do my video on that. I was gonna do it, and then as they were getting close to the DLC. You know, there's no point. You know, they have to focus on the DLC. And then this last month, they've been doing bug fixes. You see them, like, doing their rope detach. It seems like they're starting to, like, it's just small tweaks now that the current pressure system. I keep seeing people saying, oh, like, oh, everything's still broken. No, it isn't. You know, I think at this point, if everything is broken for you, you need to start looking at your designs. Every one of my modular engines works. Some people, every one of their modular engines doesn't work. It is likely something that you're going to have to change at this point. You know, I was very much against people making big changes until things are ironed out. But at this point, I think things are pretty well ironed out. They're not perfect, but they're ironed out. And you need to kind of start thinking about, let's see what that was. I'm trying to see where we're at here. Okay, that was a path I could take here. Let's take it. At this point, you know, if you're all your modular engines are not working, you need to make fundamental design changes to the systems that's going to work. So, you know, I would say that for a lot of people, they weren't accounting for air volume changes. You know, my modular engines never broke because my microcontrols automatically change the fuel for whatever air is coming in the engine. It reads the engine composite. It tells me how much air the engine is taking in, and it will automatically change the fuel. A lot of people were just using some random numbers, or they were using formulas that they just kept tweaking numbers until it worked. Well, then if your air changes, your fuel is no longer going to be adequate, and so you're going to run into problems. And so those people are going to have to redo the way they do it. And frankly, they should be coming on board with the proper way, which is, you know, to read your air and adjust your fuel accordingly. And that's why none of my stuff broke. So it's like, you know, for some people the game seems ultra broken, and for other people like me, the game's fine. And it's because of different, you know, we are the engineers. So if we engineer properly, things work. If we engineer improperly, things don't work. And that can be tough, you know. because, you know, you might have to re-engineer all your builds because you didn't really, frankly, build something in a logical way. And so, you know, and I get it, it's frustrating, but that's just kind of the way it is sometimes, you know. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I don't do too much in the way of glitches. You know, I do some buoyancy glitches sometimes, but like Triton, it doesn't have any buoyancy glitches. You know, I have some other ships that have some buoyancy glitches, but, you know, those can be changed, fixed at any point. You know, you kind of have to keep that in mind, is if you're going to rely on glitches, let's put it this way, if you're going to rely on unintended behavior or unintended mechanics, those could change at any time because they're unintended. You know, and so certain things are unintended, and any change with that could end up completely changing your build. I'm just reading what the hell. Okay, I'm going the correct way. They could completely change your build, and so, you know, if you work outside of the rules, if the rules ever change, you know, see, a lot of people were bitching about all these animals. I kind of like them, man. You know, it's a little bit of it's a little bit of fun and depth here, like going slow for the sheep here. But I would love to see an animal husbandry thing where we get to farm animals. And so it wouldn't surprise me if they already have some sort of fishing and farming type of mechanisms. That's a blind stop there. In place, or they are thinking of it because, you know, they added fish, physicalized fish, and they added physicalized animals. It would not surprise me if that was... I think I stalled. It wouldn't surprise me if that was on their to-do list and they put those things in when they had a down period. Where the hell am I? All right, right there. You know, because we have a lot of animals. People are crying about it at the time, and it's like, you know, there are some people who assume the devs have no vision. You know, they were working on Space DLC for years. You know, they were working on pressure mechanics probably for years. You know, at least parts of the pressure mechanics for years. You know, and... so likely some of these things that we have now or we've had for a while are part of a larger thing. That doesn't mean they're necessarily ever coming. You know, they might say, okay, well, you know, we were going to put in this and we put in some of the precursors to it, but we're not going to be able to finish that, or people don't have interest in that, we're not going to finish it. But that would be my thought why they kind of invested some time on some of these animals, is that they potentially could be used, or they were a mechanic. They said, hey, you know, we'll add these animals, and then maybe in the future we'll do something with them, maybe we won't. But yeah, the other thing too is you need to kind of understand from a business perspective, like they hired a full-time artist back a while ago for all their games. And, you know, if you have an artist sitting around on their hands doing nothing, you might say, hey, you know we don't have much for you, so instead of doing nothing or laying you off, how about you make some animals for us? You know, and so they made some animals, put them out. You know, that could be part of the story too. So I think the assumption that there's no plan is, you know, is generally pretty flawed. You know, it doesn't mean it's a good plan, but I think they do have a plan, whether that's, you know... Somebody's probably yelling in the chat. This container's going to urine. Let me read chat really quick. I can't read chat while I'm driving here. I'm just checking some quick chat here. I've missed urine. I was going back to base. Do cars in the real world all use a AF hookup table to reference the tested / non-ending condition? I don't know if they do or not. Probably modern cars are doing that now, where they're doing the air-fuel ratios. You know, because they have fuel injection. Fuel injection, they're doing O2 sensors, and they're likely utilizing that to govern the fuel injection. Old cars, you know, not necessarily even old, carbureted vehicles, let's put it that way. Carbureted vehicles, you know, it was different system. You're essentially you're injecting fuel into the throttle body, and then the air is bringing it in through the venturi, and that was, you know, then you tune your carb. You know, you either lean or rich in that. If you're running like we used to, you know, even fuel injected airplanes, because you're raising an altitude, like new airplanes probably are doing it automatically. In older airplanes, we used to have to lean our own mixture. And so we used to do it by peak EGT, And so what you would do is when you would, of course, as you're climbing in altitude, the air is thinning out. And so as the air thins out, you need to thin out your mixture or you're running too rich. And so what we would do is we would lean, try to use the correct terminology. We would lean our mixture as the air thinned out, and we would do that through peak EGT. And so EGT is engine gas temperature. And so what you had is a little gauge and would read your engine gas temperature. And so you would start to lean until your needle went up to the max. And then you would keep leaning, and then the needle would start to go down. Well, now you know you're at peak when it's at its max. And then you would lean it. Then you would go, I think, like a couple turns rich of peak. So you go like 10 degrees less than peak EGT, something like that. And that would be your lean. So we would do it manually in the airplanes. Even with fuel injection, we were doing that. But likely that's all automated now. And I'm not a huge fan of automation, as you may have noticed. Part of it is this is how you forget how things work. You get a generation of people who will never know how transmission works. And sometimes knowledge is beneficial just for the sake of learning something. It's like they ask, why do you do calculus in high school? I don't know why I ever learned calculus. I'll never use it. Yeah, you're never going to use calculus. You didn't learn calculus so that you learned calculus and can use it on a daily basis. You learn calculus so that you know how to learn that type of thing. And then, some other things might use those skills that came about because you learned calculus, and sometimes an exercise and learning is a lesson in its own right. I don't use calculus at all. I would say geometry and a little bit of algebra, not much, but that's stuff you use more. Like the type of math that I use the most is just quick mental arithmetic for like climb descent rates and stuff like that. So, but yeah, so I would say some of those cars have AFR values mapped that you can see, but they're probably pretty much all automated with the fuel injectors now. That it's taking the O2 sensor and it's reading that, and it's just putting in the correct amount of fuel for what the O2 is reading at the time. Because that would work with the turbo and everything else, because you're getting your O2 read post-turbo generally, I would say, and then it's going to inject the right amount of fuel. Try to read some chat here if I can. This is a dangerous piece of road to be reading chat, because frankly, I do not have the cash to go take a tow truck out and get this thing flipped back up. So, okay, I'm close to a mission. Where is it? How am I that close to a mission? Oh, right there. Okay. 7,000. We have an hour. Okay. Keep that in mind. We'll do that when we get back to the base. Yeah, so that was the question, just for air fuel ratios and map. Pretty much in game, Stoic of 2 is what you're going to run at. You can run at other stuff, get more power, do this, but that's generally you're going to be doing a richer mixture. You could lean your mixture out. You could be losing some efficiencies, but and losing some power, but gaining in fuel efficiency. So you could do more. I just run 2. And if I need more power, it's ultra easy in game for me just to add a cylinder. In real life, it's not that easy to just add a cylinder. You have to consider bore and stroke. It's much easier in game. Okay. All right. Having a little bit of physics fun here. That's delivered. There's $4,000. So a nice little bit of cash in the bank here, and we'll go do that rescue mission. All right. I did completely drive past this place. So. Why are my headlights on? Must have pressed the button at some point. All right. I try to see if I can read this chat as I drive back. All right, Zachy. Oh, did you hear that, Jacob? Yeah, yeah. We used to have a condo in North Conway. It was my favorite, you know, house that we would go to, and then it unfortunately had a fire. And then, you know, when it had a fire, my parents, instead of us going there because it was fully furnished, and then the fire, you know, destroyed everything. And so then they rented it out as just a rental instead of, like, they were renting it out for the season. Like, you know, people like to go up there for skiing, and people like to go up there for leaves, and North Conway's a cool town. And so they, you know, they like to go up there in the fall for leaves, and they like to go up for skiing, and, you know, go to Attitash for I'm trying to remember the Alpine slide during the summer. And so, you know, it was good to, like, we could rent that place out to vacation people. And then, I'm just trying not to run off the road. We could rent it out to people on vacation. And then when we wanted to use it, we could go up and use it. But then after the fire, we couldn't do that anymore because, you know, it wasn't furnished anymore. So that used to be a really fun place to go. But I haven't been in years. It'd be nice to go back up. Go up the Kangamangas. I had a cool route that was, so the Cog Railroad going up Mount Washington. Mount Washington would be cool to go back to Mount Washington. But I picked a route 1 October, and I bumped somebody off it. He was pissed that I bumped him, and I stayed on it for a week because it was a beautiful route. It was you started at like 11 p.m. I think it was 10 or 11. I stalled. I need to fix that. You started at like 11 or midnight, and you would just ride up like 20 minutes. You'd pick up a set of trailers. You would go up to it was right by Mount Washington. To the building by Mount Washington. You would drop a trailer, pick up an empty. You would head up to Vermont. You would drop the empty and the full trailer, and then you would just take empties back. And it was like, you know, the sun would come up when I was on lunch, and then it was like coming down through the mountains and fall all the way back. It was a really nice route. And the guy was pissed that I bumped him, but I told him, like, you don't have to worry about it. I'm getting off of it because it snowed in October. I'm like, oh, there's that turn. They need a sign there, man. That's not safe to not have a sign there. And then so you would you come back and it was nice, but it was started snowing. I'm like, I am not dealing with snow in October, you know. And it's through the mountains. So like if you've never been through the Kangamangas in New Hampshire, it's it goes down to one lane and it's between the mountains. And it's like Mount Washington has the most fierce weather of any place in the world. It has the highest wind speed, set wind speeds in the world. And so like it can get gnarly winter weather-wise up there. And so you're down to one lane in the Kangamangas, and the snow can get really bad. And like my buddy there who took the route back off me after I went back to my other route, he ended up getting stuck in the snow up there, and the plows had to plow them out. So it was hairy, but I was not interested. I'm like, I'm not riding through the mountains in the winter. Like, you know, those of us who could avoid it, like when the winter weather started getting bad, you know, we would go south. We'd go to Connecticut. Like I like going to Connecticut anyway, but you know, Connecticut was still snowy, but usually it got a little bit more water than snow than up here. So I would always try to go south. And then if it was warmer weather, I didn't mind going north. You know, even though Maine could get snowy as hell, it was, you know, you have a 3-lane highway. It's not too bad. And I gotta concentrate through this section so I don't crash and burn. So this truck's a little tippy. It's very light, and it does not have a very big engine as a 9-cylinder. To put it in perspective, I think my big semis have like 21 to 20s to 24s, I think. You know, this only has an 8-speed gearbox, so it's not ultra powerful. So I don't want to weigh it down too much, but it could use a little bit of ballast to try to keep it flat. But it's behaving pretty well, so I don't want to screw with it too much. Just a little bit. I can't, like, again, like, see, I go up on wheels. I'm going 64 miles an hour taking a tight turn. So, and the wind's up. Like, in real life, you would not be taking that turn at 63 miles an hour, you know. So sometimes people are kind of asking unrealistic things of the game. So we're down to 11 gallons. So not too shabby coming back. We need to fix the fuel in this. So we're almost out of fuel, so we have to keep that in mind. All right, so here we are. We have returned. Let's see where the gas station is, too. The gas station is not too far from here. So a lot of people, too, they don't, you know, they need a gear indicator. I noticed that with motorcycles. Like, motorcycles used to never have gear indicators. Now everybody wants a gear indicator on the motorcycle. I do it with the shifter here. You know, that's reverse, neutral, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, so, you know, I know that, like, that could either be 6 or 5. You know, that's, I can't tell if it's 6 or 5, but it's 6 or 5. That's 5. You see how it's very small, perceptive. But there's 4. There's 3, 2, 1, neutral, reverse. You know, so I just use the shift knob for that. And plus, you know, if you understand how the transmission and the engine work together, if my tack is pegged at, say, 600 RPM, and I'm going X number of miles an hour, I can only be in one gear. It's math. You can only be in that one gear. So you know, okay, I'm going 40, I'm going 600, okay, I'm in probably 4th gear, you know. So you don't really need a gear indicator. And it's kind of cool to learn these things, you know. All right, so likely what we're going to have to do is put a fuel relief valve on this. So what I'm going to do is this. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to drag these diesels to... I'm going to drag them to 0. Just keep them full of air, all right? And then I'm going to go on here, and I'll put a relief valve in here. So what I'll do is... Let's put the... it's all connected, so we might be able to go with just the 1. We'll cut that. I'll put a T-piece. We'll go ahead, we'll grab a gas relief valve. So what this is doing is this is allowing the air in if the pressure is lower in the tanks, and it's letting the air out if the pressure is higher in the tanks. And so we'll just go like that, and that should relieve our pressure. We'll test it, and all right. I thought I dragged the diesel to 0 on this. Okay. So let's see if we can fill up now. A little bit far away here, but I need to get rid of this defib here. See if we're actually filling. Yep. So now you see the diesel can go in there. And the reason was the air could not, and this happens in real life. I'll do a quick little diagram, but you know, so we can fill it now. So that's all you need. It's not extravagant. Like, you know, a lot of people are not figuring this out. These are realistic things. These are not fake things that don't make any sense. The pressure in game will not perfect to earth, and people need to stop this notion that the game needs to be 100% realistic. I know most people don't, but there are some people who are like, oh, this doesn't make any sense because it's 10% different than in real life. That 10% is called gamification. They gamify something to make the game work better as a game. You know, so, you know, I've talked about this before. Like, if they made airplanes 100% realistic, how many people in the community do you think would be able to build an airplane? Very few. You would need to have some sort of previous knowledge in aviation or do an absolute, like, you'd have to go do a degree in aeronautical science or aeronautical engineering to ever build an airplane. They have to gamify it. And so certain things they're gamified, but this happens in real life. For example, if you take a can of pineapple and you pierce one side and you try to pour the liquid out, it's going to go glug, 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 glug the whole time. And the reason is the air, you're causing a vacuum inside the can, And so what happens is it stops the liquid flow and it allows a little air, and that's why it's glugging. Now, if you pierce the bottom of the pineapple can and then you pierce the top, you pour it, it pours out in a perfect stream. Why? The air from the atmosphere is now filling the can as the liquid is going out. It's equalizing the pressure, and we have to do the same thing in game now. And that's very realistic. And you notice it's not that big of a deal. Like on a tiny build, it could be a pain, but you notice gas relief valve, fluid port. This only allows gas out, so the gas can freely transfer in the tanks now. So pretty simple. Let's bring this back to workbench, and we'll grab this, and I want to go up to 90 on that. All right, and I think we're good there. I can't think of anything else I need to fix. All right, good. So that's done. Let's go ahead. I'm just going to save. So I just alternate my saves. For any new players, I recommend this. Always keep a backup, man. There's so many times when something happens. It could be your PC crash. It doesn't have to be a game problem. And it's an easy way to get frustrated. Just go back, roll back your save. Not a big deal, you know. I might catch up on some chat here really quick. Yeah, I keep hearing this. I keep hearing, oh, they broke all the modular engines or all this. I like the one thing I haven't really tested is Steam. I would ask Tripper. You know, Tripper tends to be a very much of a Steam person, and has been working a lot on Steam. I'll have to ask Tripper what's broken on Steam or if Steam is working. Things have changed. They told us things are going to change. Things need to change. If they like. You see that some of these same people will say, oh, we need an aerodynamics overhaul. The aerodynamics is not all that bad. It's not bad at all, really, frankly. It's not bad. Let's put it that way. The aerodynamics in game is not bad. With my experience, I can build an airplane that functions perfectly. Somebody who has no aviation experience can build an airplane that flies. It works. There is very basic things that are different. Would it be great if they made them better? Sure. But if they change the aerodynamics, expect you have to change all your airplanes. And so if that's something you're willing to do, you know, keep calling for that. But a lot of the same people don't. They get frustrated when something changes, and they're at the same time calling for change, you know. But this, frankly, I think a lot of it is sometimes people don't engineer their stuff correctly, and then they don't understand why things changed. And so then if you don't understand why things changed or how things changed, you don't know how to fix them. And it's frustrating. I get it. But the better thing to do instead of ranting and raving is asking for help, because there are a lot of us who are willing to help, happy to help. You know, somebody says, oh, you know, I can't fill my air tanks now. Somebody did that the other day, and I said, you need a pressure relief valve. It's that simple. You know, what I just did is, like, I couldn't fill my tanks. If you don't understand why that is happening, it's frustrating. But all you have to do is go out there to the community and say, hey, guys, I tried filling my truck. Could somebody take a look at this, please? You know, my truck isn't filling. And somebody will get on there and be like, oh, you need to put a pressure relief valve on there. This is how you do it. Put a gas valve, put a gas filter, and put a fluid port, and you're good to go. Done. You know, and that person who, you know, was frustrated now has all their stuff working, you know. But again, I think people need to start with that notion. Maybe, not necessarily, but maybe something I did is not working right. Start with that, because it makes it a lot easier to say, oh, maybe I broke something. I've done it myself very recently. You know, I've screwed up connections when I was building stuff, and if I said, oh, goddamn game, you know, why is this not working? That's not helpful. If I generally will say, oh, I must have screwed something up, and yep, I didn't connect this composite node. It wasn't the game, it was me. You know, sometimes it is the game, but often it isn't. Tutorial on starter boats would be huge for a lot of new players. I have a bunch of tutorials on starter boats. Let me find a couple here real quick. Let me bring up some. Bring up the display cap here, and we'll look at it. Let me take a looky-loo here. If you go to the beginner, let's see if I can find it. Of course it does that. Pain in the ass. That's fine. Let's go through the Stormworks basics tutorials. I'll see what's in here. So let's see, what do we have for boats here? There's the airplane tutorial. Submarine, let's see. So gearing goes into stuff you need for boats as well. Let's see, next page. Like if you have something specific you need to know, that works too. Like this modular engine tutorial here, the 7-part one goes into more boat system setups. Here is the beginner base boat hull. That kind of goes over how to make your first hull and make it stable and make it a little bit extra wide so it just works a little bit better. GPS bearing panel. The beginner, let me go to the beginner series. The beginner series was for that reason. So if you go to the, where is it? Where the hell is it? New player career build series. If you go to the new player career build series. Okay, why is this not working now? All right, let's see. All right, so if you go to the new player career build series, hashtag stormworks, I pretty much start from the beginning and build a boat. Build your first boat. So we go through part by part by part. This is for, there's a comment from Sinister Scott. So we start there. Let's see, pretty much talk about setting up your game in the first one. Start doing, building some boats, building my boat there. Then we go into stability. So building the actual boat, then go into, I don't know why this isn't there. Oh, it's just, I did a search. This goes into stability, go into navigation, go into fuel. You know, so right here, episode 4 is about fuel. What's this one? Making our first boat faster is episode 6. Man Overboard is episode 7. So go in there, and then if you want to go to the Discord, I don't know if you're part of the Discord, Sinister, go in the Discord, and if you go into... Oh, where is it? I'll find it here. Video requests, stick it in there. You know, if it's something like, hey, you know, I would like to know how to do this part or that part, then I know, okay, well, that would make sense with the new player career build series. That would be a, you know, a Stormworks Basics video. You know, I've been a little bit, I've been kind of waiting for things to be finalized to a certain extent, to do too many tutorials. But if you have any tutorials you need, stick them in there. And then if I see one that, you know, sometimes they're like, oh, I have one that's pretty close to that instead of making a new tutorial. Some things have changed, but, yeah. Yeah, the, kind of the Star System thing, Rasmus, there. You overinvest in one vehicle and then you're screwed if something goes TU. All right, so let's see. We're back. Just read. Zach is back. I delivered a container. Just got back to base. Yeah, it's very harrowing when you have all your money on you, and that's why we're currently making money right now. That is dangerous. It's good to try to get away from that as soon as possible. What's the gear ratio on my 8th gear? Let me look. I think it's a 1.8. It's reasonably high. It's reasonably low. Let me look. Let's see, medium, I think. Medium duty transmission. Let's take a look together here. That's medium duty transmission. 6 gear is. Did I get it to a 1-to-1? I did. It's a 1-to-1. No, it isn't. Is it? 9, 5, 3, 2, 1. It is. It's a 1-to-1. 1-to-1 on 6 gear, Citrus. I was thinking the croc. The croc is artificially low because it's a small engine. Yeah, that's why, you know, it's risking it for the biscuit is it can be fun and exciting when it happens, but it was like you saw me driving a little bit crazy there. If I rolled, I don't have the money to spawn a tow truck to get that upright. You know, so that sucks. But that's a point when, you know, I talk about, especially like if you're a seasoned player, you don't really care. It's not a big deal. But, you know, if you're a new player, that's why I say put on the custom menu. You put on map vehicles, you put on allow teleport vehicles, and you teleport your vehicle back, and all is well. And if you really want, go in your file, delete $500 for a tow fee. Like, you know, so you can RP some of the stuff. Like some people are like, oh, that's cheating. It's not cheating. Do you go, in real life, if you rolled your car, would you then go back to your house, build a tow truck, and then drive the tow truck yourself? No. Now, we can do that in game, and that's a lot of fun, but sometimes you can just RP it off as, hey, man, you know, my truck rolled, and instead of letting it bother me, I teleported it back, I RP'd it as I hired a tow company, and I deleted $500 of my money, and that was my tow fee. And that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do as well, you know? You don't have to punish yourself like a maniac. All right, so we're up to 40 grand, man. So let's see. I've been playing an hour and 39 minutes so far today. We've been doing a lot of talking too. I did like 2 hours 40 minutes on the other video, and we're up to 40 grand. And so, like, if you're just playing and not like chatting, you know, we're probably talking maybe a couple hours of actual out there making money, and we're up to 40 grand. We're starting to get into the money pretty quick here. So some things to think about here. If we look at Chicken Sora's gas station here, Chicken Sora, who is also a patron. Chicken Sora's gas station here. Let's quickly teleport there. I just want to show you guys. This is one of the reasons I leave teleport on stuff, is it helps with the videos. So Chicken Sora's gas station. All right. If we look here. We also have the 5,000 liters there. So if we need fuel, we have 5,000 liters sitting here. So it is expendable. We can expend that fuel and lose it forever. But that is available to us as well. So we can get fuel from here or there. We do need fuel. What we want to do is let's go ahead and we'll look at our nearest diesel buy. Now, I'm using the same seed, so I know where it is. My diesel buy is this island here. Now, I wish they would put an on-land pump. Like, if you look up here, there is this one here. We can buy diesel for $2 at Spy Cakes. You know, up here, that's an actual buy. We can buy an unlimited amount for money there. We have a sell here. We have a buy at Holt right there. I wish they would put some of those down here. I don't think we have any down here. I'll take a quick look, but I can't remember any that we have there. Do not see any, but we can pilfer 5 grand off that if we need to. We do have some. We could start to make it, which would be nice. This is the close making. We can start drilling. It would be kind of neat maybe if I set up a drilling tower that was super cheap. But we can make oil and transport it and get it out of there. But we do have the ability to go here and get it. We also have a mission here, so I think what we're gonna do is go get this mission done, and then we'll stop in here and we'll get some full. All right, so let me teleport back. No, thank you. Go away, you. All right, let's go here. Yeah, I think I'll have to talk to Tripper, see if I haven't touched it at all. You know, I've heard it's kind of wonked out, so I haven't really touched it. All right, so we're gonna go take our little boat here. I want to get rid of this. I don't need to know my speed. You know, like I had a little Boston Whaler. It had no speedo on it, you know. So we're not going to be able to fill this tank if we don't put a relief valve on this. So I'm going to put a relief valve on this. So let's do this color. So gas relief valve, fluid port, and this should now be able to do it, because this filter allows only gas out. You know, a lot of the people were complaining and giving the dev shit for when they thought there was no rhyme or reason to why they got rid of the filter. They did. It was a longer-term project of making the game more realistic, which some of those same people were asking for, was to do something like this, where now you have a filter that allows only gases out and only allows liquid out, and that allows us to do these things. So, you know, that's how we have to do that now to make our tanks, and it's realistic. Again, you need to put a rush hole in. I'll do a quick quick explanation of the actual mechanics of that IRL. All right, let's do a quick. I'll do a quick little bit of physics lesson on that, because that is, you know, I see it a lot. People say it doesn't make any sense or whatever. It's like, if you want to argue that it's bad gameplay, that's fine, but it does make physics sense, some of these things, and it just, you know, a lot of people, for good reason, you know, they don't use physics, haven't learned it, and so they don't understand it. Well, everybody uses physics, but all right. So there is. We'll talk about our container of pineapple juice. All right, so we'll go ahead and let's see, magic wand here, not that one, background, magic wand. Okay, so we have a can of nothing. All right, so we're gonna fill it up with pineapple juice. All right, so we're gonna fill this can up with a liquid being non-compressible, right? So it's gonna completely fill it. So if we go in there and we fill pineapple juice in black, last I checked, so that's pineapple juice. All right, so we have a can of pineapple juice. All right, now I want to pour my pineapple juice into a glass, okay? So we'll say it's going to go in the glass here. We're going to pour it on the floor. I don't give a shit. We'll pour it on the floor. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to pierce the... let's see. We're going to go ahead and we're going to pierce one side of the pineapple juice, all right? And so what's going to happen here is some of this liquid is going to be able to go out, all right? And let's go down to like 3%. Let's make that like 20. All right, so the pineapple juice, some of the pineapple juice is... Why is that not going in the background layer? Okay, some of the pineapple juice is going to pour out. But we have an invisible force in this room around us that's air, okay? So let's go ahead and we'll take a black line, we'll stick it there. So, you know, we think of there nothing being in the air around us, but of course there's something, right? So there's stuff in this air around us. So we'll say it's, I don't know, 20%. We'll say it's blue. And that is all air. If we zoomed in, there are all these molecules of air in the room around us in the pineapple juice, right? That is pressurized, right? So all of this air is stacking up on each other, and it's giving us a resultant force pushing down. So don't do that, please. Click off it. There we go. All right, and we'll go ahead and we'll grab a line. We'll stick a little bit of an arrow on there. All right. So what's happening is all this air pressure. Why is that at that? There we go. Solid color. All right. So it's pushing down on us because that's why the atmosphere doesn't go out into space, is because it weighs something. Space weighs nothing. The gas is attracted to Earth's gravity, and so the air pressure is pushing down. Well, then the air pressure, it's pushing down. It's also trying to always go from high pressure to low pressure. So right now, there is 100% pineapple juice in this container. So nothing's going to come out. So that's not coming out yet. And so what's happening is the air pressure is in here, and it's trying to push up against the pineapple juice as well. So it's pushing up as well, and it's keeping that pineapple juice in there. Now what's going to happen is the mass of the pineapple juice, of course, outweighs the air, and so you're going to get a little bit leaking out. And so it will glug, like I was saying. It will go glug, 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 glug. And so it's trying to, some air is trying to go in there and replace the pineapple juice. But in this case right here, if the air can't go in there to replace the pineapple juice, the vacuum, all of this air pressure here is pushing and keeping the pineapple juice up there. A vacuum is nothing. The vacuum is not actually doing anything. People keep thinking a vacuum does something. A vacuum does nothing, Lebowski. A vacuum is literally nothing. That's the definition of a vacuum. The air pressure in the room is keeping the pineapple juice in there. All right. So what you do is you come in here and you put in a rush hole. So you come in the top of the pineapple juice and you cut a hole in the top. So you pierce. You wouldn't do it in the top like this. You would do one here and one there, and you'd be on its side. But we're going to do it like this. So now you pierce a hole in the top of the pineapple juice. Well, now guess what happens? So now you take your arrow again, if I can figure out where the button is, and now that air pressure can go inside of the can. And so as the liquid drains out, the air in this room is replacing it. You're no longer trying to pull a vacuum in here, because the air pressure can overcome how much pressure is required to pull a vacuum of the can. Because as you pull a vacuum of the can, it tries to crush the can. So that would be, you have to pull the pineapple juice so hard that you would effectively have to crush the can. So you have to pull the pineapple juice really hard to get it to go in, unless you use the air pressure to help you. So now the air can go in there. So what you're doing now is you're going to put a... Oh, piss off with you, arrow. There we go. Let's go to like 2. All right, so now what's happening is you have the... Let's go 20. And let's go blue. All right, so what you're doing is now you're replacing this void with air, and the pineapple juice can go out. And the same thing's happening in our tanks in game is, you know, we have pressurized air in the tank. That's helping to push the liquid out. So this is equal. There is a force here, and there's a force here. So there is, you know, 1 atmosphere here. So there's 1 atmosphere inside. All right, 1 atmosphere in there, and there is 1 atmosphere out here. And because they're equal, right, this liquid can come out because gravity can now take over. And so the force pushing this pineapple in there is equal to the force trying to push the pineapple out. Well, then gravity takes over, and that lets the pineapple juice come out. And so the same thing you have to do with your fuel tanks is you could pressurize this tank. So let's say we pressurize this. So this is 1 atmosphere out there. And let's say we don't put a rush hole in there. Let's say we want to get that pineapple juice to come out even faster. All right, we want this pineapple juice out even faster. So what we do is we blow air in this tank, in this can of pineapple juice, right? And so now let's say that we're at 2 atmospheres. So this is now the area of high pressure. So what's going to happen is now the pineapple juice is going to come out even faster. It wanted to come out at 9.8 meters per second squared with gravity. Well, now we're trying to blow it out as well, so the pineapple juice can now exceed normal gravity force on it. And the pineapple juice comes out really fast. So we wanted to go to 4 atmospheres even faster, 6 atmospheres even faster, 8, 7, 8, 9. It's going to come out faster and faster and faster and faster. And that worked kind of like if you saw a couple lives ago I did the ballast tanks, right? If the atmospheres are 1 outside of the tank and the atmospheres are 1 inside the tank, we get no passive flow of water. As soon as the atmospheres inside of the tank go below 1, now the air is pushing the water into the tank. And then if we exceed 1 atmosphere inside the tank, the air is pushing the water out of the tank. And so you think of this on the same scale for your fuel tanks. If you do that, that's going to then make your fuel tanks work. So it does make sense. It is realistic. Again, it is gamified to a certain extent, but it does make sense. I'm going to read some of this chat before we get moving to the next thing. Okay, Rasmus was saying Steam's not working. Yeah, I haven't touched Steam at all myself. I'll have to get into it at some point. I haven't been too big on doing the tutorials yet. They're still coming out with fixes and changes. I wouldn't surprise me if they made some small changes, especially to Steam this Friday. So I'm really, like, I think a lot of people, like, if you know, take a little break from the parts that aren't working, and they'll get fixed, you know. That's fine. What is it? Timotheus? Greek? Why are engines smoking out of the exhaust and mine are not? I'm not using catalytic converter. It's dependent on AFR. Likely the reason I'm smoking is for ease and simplicity, I have not... some of my vehicles do not run at optimal temperature. So, like, for simplicity's sake, some of these vehicles, I'm just turning the cooling system on right away. Like this boat, it does not trigger the cooling when I get over 100 degrees, which is usually what I do. If I'm running around 100 degrees, I usually don't get smoke. And if my AFR is correct, I do not get smoke. If I'm cooling them, keeping the engines too cold, they would smoke. Diesels will do this. Diesels will smoke until they get up to operational temperature. You'll get smoking normally anyway. And so, for example, for this boat, the pump for the water cooling, it just turns on. It doesn't. I do have more advanced systems that say, okay, until the temperature is 100 degrees, do nothing. Once it hits 100 degrees, maintain 100 degrees. And that will turn the pump on, turn off. You'll even do PIDs where it will set the clutch to, say, 5%. Will maintain your temperature. You go to a warm area, maybe 10%. But this one's simplified. That's why I'm getting some smoke. Do you have infinite fuel on, Timotheus? Okay, particles were reduced. I copy. Yep. So that's a setting as well. Yeah, the whole point though is, you know, if you want to use the old filter, that's fine. The problem, why they took the old filter out, that's like some people are like, oh, they shouldn't have taken the old filter out. The old filter allows you to cheat, and that's why they took it out. Now, can you really cheat in a single player game? No. You know, and so do I have any problem with somebody using the depreciated part because they want to? No. You know, play how you like. I don't like using it. I don't use it because I do think it was cheaty for the way I want to play. You know, there's no real filter that's going to be like, oh, you know, let out gas, oil, and jet fuel, and don't let out this. You know, there's no real filter that will do that. So that's a little bit cheaty. So I don't like using it either. But, you know, I certainly have nothing against people using it, you know. But that's why the devs got rid of it, was because you'd be able to distill your oil without actually doing fractional distillation. You know, so there'd be a workaround, a cheaty way to make oil work. And so instead they're like, hey, let's have people learn how to actually make it work, and fractional distillation's how it's really done. You know, so that's why they did that, and I certainly have no problem with people taking it all apart and using it, you know. 10 liters per second is, I don't know, that's what they're running at now. Yeah, I don't know, they put a restriction on it, I think it was last week, to do that. I'm not sure why. I'm thinking it's air pressure in the tanks, but in the lines, but I'm not sure. All right, let's see what we can get on fuel in here. Let's spawn with 50%. Okay, what are we down to? We're down to very little on fuel here. Let's read this really quick. Currently we have, how much fuel? What's in here now? Why can I not see diesel? Why do we have no diesel in here? That's a gas one, right? I just want to double check, make sure that's gas. Make sure I don't just leak my diesel out. Gas relief valve goes there. Yeah, okay. Let's see what's up with this. I had 109 liters. I might be technically out, but I'm not really. Let me see. How are we out of fuel altogether? Let me see if I can pump this up here. It's showing some fuel. Let's see. My reverse not working? Alright, let's see. Are we at... Piss off. Yeah, we're low on fuel here. Let's see. This extra defib I meant to get rid of. Let's try to get this sucker, I don't know if it didn't take my fuel back. Fuck, I meant to undo this hose before I did this. Now I have an extra hose on me. Piss off. We'll see if I can get some fuel out of this. It's down to the bottom of the tank and base, which is has caused problems before, so it wouldn't surprise me if there's a little bit of an issue with this. We can go for a land travel if we need to. Let's see where we're at here. Alright, what do we have? Showing no diesel in there. Why? Yeah, some people are complaining about this when it gets down to a certain level. It's just not letting you... It's as though, like, once this gets down to that low of fuel, it's not letting anything out, but... I literally just had that truck out. Did the truck not put it back? I'm just gonna... I don't have no clip on. I want to check this out here. The hell is it? There it is. That's a 180 over here. $180 sounds right. This is showing a different value here. I have no fuel in there. That's weird, man. Okay. We're gonna have to go do something here to get some fuel. That was part of the trip to FJ, was to get some fuel, and it didn't work out because I ended up, you know, I didn't have a relief valve on there. So let's go here for a second. Let's grab the crock. Okay, let's finish the crock up, and then I'm going to use this to go get some fuel. So I'm going to need a relief valve on this as well. This has extra fuel. This has excess fuel on it too. I don't really need this much fuel. I'm trying to see where I can do a relief valve on this. I could just narc a tank off. Let's see. Okay, I need to fix that. I forgot to fix that. Oh, come on. Yeah, so let's work on this. We need to go do a fuel run here. We're just, we're running low. Alright. I don't think we need that many tanks on this. Let's yank a tank. So one of the reasons why this is all exposed, that's how they work on the Gator, is the Gator has the kind of exposed in the back. It's kind of cool the way it works. It's, I believe it's chain drive. All right, so that should relieve those tanks. What are you? You are linear speed, I believe. Linear speed. You're actually plumbed in anything there, guy? Why is that plugged to that? That's weird. Okay, let's delete that for now. What are you, sir? Are you nothing? Nope, I think that's nothing. Okay. Goodbye, sir. Let's paint this. I want to go try to get some fuel. Alright, let's hook up some electricity to this bad John. We'll go for a run here. You are the physics sensor. You are a connector. Okay. Paintable indicators. Those are going to get plumbed in as being used as lights. This needs to be plumbed in. Do I have a battery in here yet? I don't know if I do. I don't believe I do. No, I did. I put it right in here. I thought I put it in here, the front. I guess I didn't. Okay. Let's look in here and see what... we're gonna have to bring yank a battle cannon piece to get that in there. Nope, right here. Okay, right here, battery. No, I did put a battery in. I knew I put a battery in. Right here. Okay. And then, let's see. Okay, that's micro there. So we'll go for a fuel run. I'd like to get that mission done for the cache. Could stick it back here. It's not a really good place to stuff it in there where it looks good. Alright, let's go ahead and just do it. So where's electric store? Right there, there. Okay, lighting is going to go to the hot bus. Panels are going to the cold. Nope, already hooking stuff up wrong. Wrong there, correct there. What are you guys down here? Physics sensor needs to be off of the top. Still have yet to hook up anything correctly. Good Christ, man. Good Christ, man. That goes there. That goes there. Alright. So much of this is perception, is where I'm looking. Physics sensor is going to there. That's going to there. And that goes there. Okay, we're in business now on that. Those can be disconnected. That is, the alternator goes to the bottom of the breaker. The starter goes to the top of the breaker. Gearboxes go to the starter. Alright, let's save that up and I'll go for a fuel run with the crock. And then the tank. Let's find the tank right here. So I need to put a relief valve on this. So Gas relief on there. Fluid. Alright, good. So that should have a gas relief on there. It should pump us. Okay, hopefully we're good there. I'm just going to throw something quick on here before we drive over there and realize this is not going to work. I'm just going to, I'll make it gray. Stick that on as well. Oh, where is it? Right there. Alright, let's grab the crock. Hopefully the crock can run now. Hopefully we have enough fuel in there to do it. Need to move this where it aligns automatically in place. Okay. So that has a... Okay, so as long as it has fluid capacity, we should be good here. Do we have no fuel in this? See, it's showing we have fuel. Did it act... We still had 30 gallons in our goddamn truck. Did it not put it back in the base? It shows 180. Let's try this here. Pumping out. I don't have a fuel gauge. I can't see it with this in the way. Haha! Yeah, reverse because of my forward thinking, indeed. Oh, not the very old one? I get you. Ow! Yeah, I'm currently having other issues at the moment. Alright, let's see. I can't read with the tank on here. See, they used to... One of these used to be only pumped out. Okay, it's pumping. Showed it put fuel out. It showed that it put fuel out, so... Here, let's do this really quick. Let's see if I can put some fuel in here. Okay, this is filling. Okay, that's filling fine. Okay. So let's see why the hell this won't start. Can't hear any engine. Here, let's do this. Where are you at there, guy? Data. I want tank content. Nope. What do I want? RPS. Where the hell is my engine? There it is. RPS right there. Hack. Okay. I can't tell what's going on here, so. Okay, I can't tell with the tank on. So let's get this in the world, and I want to see. I'm trying to diagnose this friggin' problem, so I'm gonna have to look at it. See, we have no diesel at all. So it's like the base is showing we have fuel and we don't. So that's a bunch of bullshit. So what we're going to do here is this. Again, reason 9 million have custom menu on. When you get a bunch of bullshit like that, that's not really the way it is. It's not our fault that the game's not reading the right value and then telling us we have no... Plus, you saw I brought back 30 gallons in my truck. Where the hell did that go? So that disappeared. So that's a game issue at the moment. So we're going to do this. We had 30 gallons left in our truck. Right? That was my fuel. I had 30 gallons. It's not right that it just disappeared for no reason, so we're going to go get some. I don't have any sort of temperature gauge on this, so hopefully we don't overheat. That I need. I'm gonna shut that. I'm gonna shut that off as well for now. The game is screwing me up where I can't go do things right, so I have to. The fuck is going on now? Okay. I'm at a loss what the Christ is going on right now. Oh, I shut off infinite fuel instead of engine overheating. Okay. That would do it. Alright. Because I currently don't have a gauge on there, and I need to put a gauge on there before I'm comfortable testing out the temperature on this, because I don't want to lose everything. So, we had 30 gallons left in our truck, and we lost that somehow magically into the ether, so that's not fair. So, I'm going to turn on infinite fuel until we get our 30 gallons worth back. So, yep, it is a skill issue. So that is likely a game issue. People have been reporting that issue. They've been showing fuel in their base and they can't get it out, which would make me think that once the tanks get low enough in base, it's not actually pumping anything. Where do we go? Okay, that'll work. I'm going to shut off my map vehicle. I don't want to cheat and know where I am. I'm going to follow the roads. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. When it gets really low, it's likely to have problems, and so that doesn't really surprise me. It's doing that. So this thing has no cooling whatsoever. That's one reason I shut the overheating off. Is I'm not done testing this, you know. So I want to see what it's doing, and I have no temperature gauge hooked up, and I need to go through the microcontroller to do it. So eventually, that's going to go in here. I can't really test it without the gauge, so. A little bit on the loud side, just because it's this is a one-cylinder engine in it, so that's why it's this one revs a little higher, as it has to, because it's one-cylinder engine. It doesn't have the power to be running low RPS. This thing can see ya. Little village. It'd be cool if they started doing some things with the villages here. You know, like, little things would be kind of cool. Like, they could put a mailbox on there. Like, I thought that was a mailbox at first. Like, what the hell is that black thing? Is that a mailbox? Like, they could stick a mailbox and you could do deliveries. It would be kind of cool. Like, box missions. Little stuff like that, I think, would be easy and quick for them to put in and make the game have a little bit more life to it. Yeah, we had like 30 gallons. No, we had 11 gallons left. That's what it was. We had 11 gallons left when we came back, so... what's that in liters? 11 times 3, 7, so... Probably just so low that it doesn't read right. So that's the oil drilling facility. That's where we're going to drill oil from. So I can see if my oil drilling platform still should work fine. Actually, it might not because of the slurry system, so maybe I'll build a new one in the series here. So we'll be able to get 1,300 liters. I wish they would put a buy pump down here. There's no buy pump on this island. That's a bunch of nonsense. You know, like we have Draymore has a buy pump. Holt has a buy pump. Where else? Where the hell else has a buy pump? Those have buy pumps. We need a buy pump here where we can just buy fuel, you know, because I'm all for that notion of you have to refill your base. Like, I like having a little vehicle like this. Its whole job is to go tanker fuel, but I need a place to buy it. So that's, I think, an oversight on their part. The gas stations should have buy pumps, frankly. I don't know why they didn't do that. So that, I'll have to, maybe I'll make a video on that. Put it in a feature request. Let's see. So we took a right. See, it's probably this one here. Yeah, it's right there. It was after fuel. And then we crossed the railroad tracks, so that's the railroad tracks right there. So we're not going to be able to drive down the railroad tracks, so we have to go this way. That goes out to the ocean, so yeah, we want to stay on the road here. Unfortunately, this thing is going to probably have overheat issues. This isn't really designed to be a long-range vehicle, so we will build a new vehicle at some point that's actually designed properly, like our mini truck. The mini truck is set up to do this. I just want to do something I built recently in the live version. So. And I wanted to get this thing tested out, so. So fill this up with this gas station's hard supply and go back and stick it in base, and then we'll have some fuel in base. One of the things I think I did was there's no way I ate through 5,000 liters that quick. What happened was I made the unwise decision of doing testing when I was building the boat yesterday, and I was despawning the vehicle. That causes the fuel to disappear. So I was essentially just deleting my fuel, which wasn't wise to do in my career game. Usually why I do a creative game when I do that. Or what I should do is turn on infinite fuel when I spawn the vehicle for testing. Or what I really should do is just have go in my creative save to build the vehicles, but because I end up just deleting fuel out of my career game, which is not smart. This is all gold, which, again, like I said, I would like them to revisit the gold prices so that makes gold actually useful, because right now, gold is not of any use. Sheep is of use, though. Hello, sir. I like the little sheep noise. Alright, so we're paralleling the tracks here. So we're currently paralleling. We're going to go past the, where the hell is the gas station? Right here, Chicken Source. So we're going to go past this turnoff. A little bit of a hike. Yes, if you're testing your vehicles and you're despawning the vehicle, it deletes the fuel. So you need to physically return your vehicle back to base to keep the fuel. So that's why I'm low on fuel at base, is I was deleting it because I was doing my testing. So really, I should be building vehicles in a creative game. So I will start a creative and we'll do that. So like my tack, I'm at 17 RPS. So like this vehicle is not designed to be running long distance like we're doing now. This is designed for, this is kind of like, these were built for just running around the farm, doing some jobs. These can run for a while, but I have no cooling on this, so this is gonna just have a shut-off system where it shuts the engine off if it overheats. It could be cool to put a crank cooler on here. I just don't have the space, and I don't have the space for plumbing. This is super compact. It's a one cylinder, so it's like I even struggle to have enough nodes to do everything on it. Alright, so we're coming up. There's a little bit of a wiggly turn here, so we're talking, could be coming up on here. This is one of the reasons I want to build that airplane. I was starting to think I was going to start with that, but I might get onto that airplane pretty quick, because that's going to allow me to do fuel runs. And like I can fly us up to Dremore and grab some juice and bring it back to the base. That was definitely an oversight with some of the things the devs did at this down at the arid biome down here, is there should be a pump. There's no pump on the whole continent, so that's kind of silly. Alright, this is a right turn here. Did we pass it by a bunch? Yeah, we did. We went under it. That's fine. This is actually the right path. It's funny, this thing squeals at full speed because it has no drive to its front wheels. So it's four-wheel drive, but only the back. That's one of the reasons I'm having problems, is getting a cooling system in there. That I could pass it through to the front, but I need to find a way to pipe it. That's why we're like overshooting. Is you ever have problems with steering? It's if your front wheels aren't powered, it's just pushing your tires. When your front wheels are powered, it's pulling you around the turn. So like this is designed to be, you know, this is only rear wheel driven, so it, you know, just I have to slow down. Plus we're going like 30 miles an hour. So if we're, you know, we'd slow down a little bit before we just yank the steering wheel. Not really. I'll show you how it is. I find where the tanks are on the other side. Yeah, see, like, this should have a buyable place. It's cool that these have free workbenches. That is cool. I think that's awesome addition. But this should have buyable fuel. Oh, I have no brakes on this. No brakes on this sucker. I forgot. This thing is no way, shape, or form ready for showtime here. All right, let's get this. Pump out. There we go. Make sure we're filling. Yep, we're filling up with diesel. Okay. Yeah, so like I said, the reason I have no diesel is, you know, I was doing my testing in my career save. I think that's a lot of problems some new players doing is they're doing testing, they recall their vehicle, and then they're like, well, I've got no fuel. You know, so it makes sense. You know, and that's why I recommend always having a custom. I'll put a custom and we'll build a vehicle here. Or at least test some vehicles. It's more of a problem that I have this whole floor pan is the microcontroller. So this microcontroller pretty much cuts out putting something through to the front. You know, I don't even have space to air cool this. It's pretty compact. All right, so let's see. We should be full now. All right, we're full. Actually, you know what? Let's do this too. Here. What was I thinking? Pump this out. Fill up our running tanks. And then if we look at our air port here, theoretically this should stop pushing air out once it is at max fuel. So we're using the fuel to push the air out. So it's, you know, it's essentially a liquid air pump. Essentially. So I don't have any access to actually read the tanks right now, but you can see pretty much we should be good there. All right, let's go ahead and shut off infinite fuel. I can't get to the cylinder to even read. There we go, cylinder temp. See, the manifold temperature is 168 degrees, so of course this is going to overheat. Which I expected it to. This is nowhere near done, you know. So what we should do is shut off infinite fuel. It's off. Tried starting in too high of a gear. So yeah, we'd definitely overheat this without any sort of cooling. Now this is meant for like short runs. This is meant to go to like say Draymore up to Spy Cakes, buy fuel, come back. You know, that's kind of its job. It might be used to tow out an airplane. It might be used to go pull a little trailer around, a generator trailer. This is not meant to be like a long distance Johnny. I might try to get some air cooling in there. We might play with that. I'm gonna probably make us a custom game for actually building the vehicles. Because I got rid of all my friggin' fuel. by doing it this way. So some things I would like to see, we'll kind of talk about, I'm going to probably try to make an Industrial Frontier video for some minor updates, because I think the devs could fix most of this with some small minor updates. I already talked extensively about how they need to fix the actual mining, but some other things I think they could add to this biome. Like I spend most of my time down here in the arid biome, but there are some things that are limiting is, first thing, the gas stations should have buyable fuel. That should be just a thing. Have buyable fuel right at the gas stations. Get rid of the pumps that go to base storage and put the buyable fuel pumps there. That should be an easy fix for them. Charge you money for pumping out the fuel like you do at the other ones. They don't have to put extra pumps. Uh-oh. It just ends at the sea, huh? I haven't driven much on this part of the biome. I usually stick to the FJ side. So that's something they should add, I think, on the arid biome here. That would be something to do. What else do I think they should add out here? Gold prices need to be adjusted. Gold is just not there. I talked extensively already about what I think they need to do to fix the actual mining. Mainly making it so that, it makes sense as far as transportation. Like, you should be able to take it a train and do all the processing on a train or a truck. You shouldn't have to swap back and forth constantly. It just doesn't make any sense logistically. They should make it so you can dump it in the gold crusher from ground level. It doesn't make any sense that you have to have a ridiculously large lifting mechanism that you bring with you to do it. Buttons that control the funnel, so the funnel just doesn't dump shit right on the ground. You have to press a button when I'm ready to dump, hold it in internal storage. But it'd be cool starting this new live series. I'm gonna do some mining and stuff like that too. But like we can do gold just for the funsies of it too. That would be cool to make a little... Oh, I might do that. That sounds fun. If you've ever seen... Let me bring it up here. Let's get us on a straight line. I'll bring up a picture. Find some images here. Like, these are pretty cool. They're, you have these they're generally maintenance vehicles, like you see here. It's hydraulics, and it puts the train wheels on. Then it actually uses the rubber of the tires. You can see the back tires are touching the rail. So you drive up on the rail, and these will, keep you on the tracks. And they, so you bring these on. My brother's company has some of these. And so you can see there, they'll have, there's a Unimog. Of course, there's a Unimog that has it. Let me just get back to the game real quick to make sure we're not going off no man's land. All right, we're good. Let's see what else we have here. Like one here, here's a service truck that has it. So some cool stuff there where you just have the, you can put one of those on tracks. That would be kind of neat for down here because there's a lot of tracks down here, so that would make sense. Yeah, that would be kind of a fun thing to do in game is make a little truck that can go on the rails. So I might do that. That'd be kind of neat to build, because that way, like you saw, I had to steer around the train tracks and then come back. I could just like put it up on the train tracks and ride, so that'd be kind of fun. Yeah, I think they could do some really minor things that would give a little bit more depth to the game, like that simple thing I talked about, having a mailbox at each of those little towns. Now, if you look around here, we have, where was it? We passed the town. Q-Op town there. We have a bunch of these towns. Where's another one? Ghost Town there. I don't know if Ghost Town actually has anything going on. There's a town here. Like, do some stuff with those towns would be kind of cool, where, like, they could go really in-depth with industrial gameplay. For example, like, moving food from here to there. Like, just have a mission where it says, hey, go to Bob's farm and pick up 10 crates of eggs and deliver them to Q-Op Town. It doesn't have to be really super duper in depth yet. I would, of course, they could always expand it, make it better, but making it that simple. Like there's Q-Op Town right there. You say, okay, go to Bob's farm, and there are just 4 boxes sitting there. Pick up the boxes, put them on your vehicle, and then drive them to Q-Op Town, take them out, and just like a container mission, they clear, and you throw the boxes on the ground, and bingo, you're done, and you get a little bit of money. You know, stuff like that I think could add some depth to it. So maybe you make a tiny little, you know, delivery van, and you know, it gives us a reason to build these things. And I don't think it's all that much effort as far as making a mission. You just like, they already have box delivery missions where you pick up a person and a box, you throw the box in the back of your airplane, you put the person in a seat, you fly there, you throw the person out, you throw the box out, and you're done. It's already there, they just need to, you know, build the mission, which I can't imagine is all that, you know, much work. And like little stuff like that, when you get a box mission pop up, that'd be awesome. You know, it gives you a little reason to build a little go-around vehicle. You know, especially now we don't have a ton of cash. You say, okay, oh, look, that box mission's worth like $3 grand to just go here and drop a box off. You know, it's worth it. You know, and then stackable missions is a good way to make money where you, you know, you're driving there anyways. You might as well just, you know, do X, Y, and Z while you're there. You know, is that a bear? Stand by. Not bison. Okay. I was like, if that's a bear, we're gonna steer clear. But you know, I kind of like the bison. I know a lot because people got like unhinged with the bison and stuff, but especially like this area is like, it's a desert, right? It's just like a bunch of like pretty vacant area, and so like seeing the little bit of animal life, like we drove by some foxes, we got some bison milling around, gives it a little bit of life, you know. I love animals, so I get excited when I see them, you know, but it's the unhinged nature of the people who got really pissed, like people getting pissed off about it. It's like, dude, just relax. Could they have done other things that were more popular? Sure, but it's like, you know. Yeah, I'll take a look at this build. I'm going to build up it's going to be a quick build of the custom. I might, you know what I'll do? I'll just load up my regular space, my space creative. We'll just build in there. There's no point in me making a special creative for this. It doesn't really matter. We'll just, you know, I always recommend having a creative for just doing that. It makes sense. So, I've foolishly been doing it in my career game. I've been wasting my money, more of my fuel. I've been wasting my fuel doing it in my career game, building my ship yesterday. But like, I think the devs have learned some things from like how people are playing and when they built this arid biome, because it makes sense on a lot of logistics scale. One, the roads are wider and they're less, they're a little bit easier to drive on. They're not as hilly. Now, the main island's supposed to be kind of like Scotland, so it makes sense, narrow roads, hilly. So I'm not opposed to that. It would be kind of cool if they had a couple highways going through. This is like a 4-lane highway wide, these roads here. So this is really cool. Like you saw, we drove over to FJ and it was a nice leisurely drive. Like, it wasn't bad. I could go 85 most of the way there and I had no problem with like rolling over. Also my superior driving skills, but oh, I have no brakes. I forgot I have no brakes. This thing was not ready to be used. It says no brakes at all. But you know, so that was a good thing to add this. This makes it much more like the American West, where like you have these really high-speed, wide roads. That made a lot of sense, so that's kind of cool. FJ having the ability to do container missions, train missions, sea missions, makes it a really cool base. Putting this beginner base right next to the hospital makes it easy and approachable for new players. So I think they are learning some things to make the game better on this type of level. Are you not going to pump out? No. Oh, pump in. I misread it. What's going on now? Pumping out. Pump in. Okay, it's going now. Is it? Are you just completely not working? It's pumping in. It's just not showing. Okay, it's going now. It's just, it's lagged out. It's not lagged out. It's showing it delayed is essentially what it is. Like you say, this one's a little buggy too. What I think it is it's the pressure update is the way that it's trying to read it. It's the air pressure is moving it around. I think that's why that is doing that, which, you know, if you use, like in real life, if you use a float system, if you, as the the fuel sloshes around, you'll get a little bit of different movement, but we are filling now, so. Now we should be, I think the other one's tied to this, so let's take a look. Yeah, pasture stations, like, you know, the way KSP worked was really good. The way Farming Sim, I think Farming Sim is the model of how to do these types of, like, gameplays, is, okay, good. In Farming Sim, you know, the modding community was kind of pushing the envelope, and the modding community was able to show the developers where the game should go, because it was easy for the modders to make things, and then the community to say, oh yeah, that's cool, I like doing that, that's fun. And so then the developers would put that in the base game, and so Farming Sim was fantastic for that, still is. And so it's like, yeah, I think that's a good way to do it and see where that's going with this. But it's like the, so as far as that's concerned, like having that, what do you call it? Stormlink mod. The Stormlink mod where you can deliver passengers, it kind of tells the developers, hey man, you can go in this direction. The community likes it. And it lets, so instead of spending 2 years on something that the community may not like, which I still think they have to do to a certain extent, they can then say, hey, you know, people like pasture mods, they like Stormlink, let's add a mod, let's add a mission that says transport somebody from whatever the hell this place is called. Let's say transport, you know what would be cool? This would be a cool mission. We have a critically ill person that needs to be transported from St. Alexander Hospital for surgery at, wherever the fuck the other one is, there it is. Aljan Hospital. Okay, so if somebody's critically ill, right, you have them where they're down to like 10% health. Their health starts to drop off. Oh my god, we have 2 hospital beds there. Their health starts to drop off, right? So what's the best thing to have is an ambulance with a medical bed, because if a person's in a medical bed, they constantly have their health regenerated. And so that would give you a cool thing to build. That would give you a reason to build an ambulance. And so you get a mission. Go from St. Alexander Hospital to Algernon with a critically injured patient. So you spawn your ambulance, you drive over here, you put them in the bed, and then because they're in the bed, you don't have to worry about pumping med kits into them, because they'll automatically maintain their health with the med bed, and then you drive your ass over here and you dump them off and you get 10 grand or whatever. You know, I think that would be cool. You know, make it comparable to a container mission. You know, you could do it like, this would be a cool way to make it even cooler, right? You say, we have a critically injured person at St. Alexander Hospital. They need to be transported to Algen for, you know, life-saving surgery within the next 30 minutes. And it's worth 50 grand. So it's worth a huge amount of money, but you have to get your ass over there. You have to drive like a maniac to get across. And, you know, and that, it's a big payout, but, you know, there's no real risk. Like, you don't lose reputation. I would love a reputation system in game. But, you know, it's worth 50 grand, but you only have 30 minutes to do it. So maybe you medevac them, you know, and then now it's worth the jet fuel or stuff like that. That could be a cool thing the devs could add that would be, do it. And I think it would shut up some of the criticism as well, because you'd very easily be able to show people that they're working to make X, Y, and Z better, you know. This thing is pumping. I wonder if they don't have pressure relief valves on the diesel pumps. That's what I'm wondering. No, not really. If you look here, the liters per second is climbing, so that must mean they have a pressure relief valve on there. Because if they didn't, as we pumped liquid in there, it would cause the pressure to increase. So that's not likely. I'll see you later there, Rasmus. All right, guys, I'm going to quickly just take a quick bathroom break and get a new drink, and I'll be right back. You guys just marinate in watching this, and I'll be right back. All right, I've returned. So we pumped some out. We don't need to pump all this out. It will go back in here. So I think we're there anyways. Let me look. Okay, yeah, we're perfectly. We're almost there. Look at that timing. Oof, damn, I'm good. All right, so we have fuel in here, and so it looks artificial that I used up all this fuel. I didn't. It was because I was, you know, again, I was testing vehicles, which every time I, if you, for example, here, if I did this, I'm not going to do it right now, but if you went ahead and did this, and you clicked on this, and you go take back to the workbench, it will delete your fuel. So that's better to have a custom. Am I not really in the spawn area? Spawn area's over there, so I think I was off of it. Where's the spawn area? Okay, I have to go in here, so I'm off. So if you do that, you just recall the vehicle, you lose the fuel that was in there. So all that testing I was doing, every time I did that, I was losing the fuel. You know, and that's why you should have a creative game going that is where you do most of your testing, because I forgot I have no brakes. Okay. Because you're gonna lose all the fuel. I could have just despawned this and got all the fuel in the tanks, but I did want to test pumping it, make sure it was working. And it appears to be working. So right now we have 1,500 liters in there. We have 1,300 in the tank. So I'm thinking the bottom 200 liters is pretty much unreachable, unusable. That's, you know, so I would just consider that for now. Let's go ahead and I'm going to save this. I alternate in case something bad happens, a glitch, something. Recommend that. Have a couple saves. Like you say, I have the save and a backup, and I alternate them. All right, we're going to go ahead and we're going to load this one. And this is a custom game. This is the one I was using for everything else. This is this is post-space. Yeah, it's post-space. So we'll build some vehicles in here. We're working a little bit here. You having landing gear issues? I haven't tested in my planes recently, but I don't think I'm having any issues. So let's build a vehicle to do some more varied stuff, I think. So currently we have a boat. I might build a little truck first. Let's do that. We need a little something to be able to do some of this land stuff. I've been chomping at the bit to do a new airplane, but my airplanes are always super complicated, and I'm trying to make a simple one, but we're still gonna probably get super complicated. So let's go ahead and I will, let's build us a little vehicle to use down here as part of the career. And that will, that'll be our little truck, because I'm trying not to use stuff that I haven't built recently or that you guys have seen as part of this career build series. Oh, where is it? Right there. I don't like unlocking all the properties because like when you zoom out, you notice how big these houses are. So when you zoom way out, it's just like houses everywhere. I wish you could, there's a button to shut off the decals if you wanted, like if you declutter it. All right, so we're gonna make a truck here. Let's see. I'm trying to find what the model is. All right, here it is. It's it's a Liaz. I'm not really familiar with this. I'm gonna read it. Oh my God, that's not a language I know. All right, here I'm gonna bring up a Wikipedia here. So this is I've always liked these trucks, using them in farming sim. And so I'll read a little bit about this. I haven't read this myself, so we'll give it a little looky-loo here. Let's see, check my languages here. Oh, you don't have any Anglais? No Anglais. There's Polish, Slovenian, Italiano, France, German. Oh, let's see, what's the closest I can probably figure out? It is converting it to English, but let's see if we can read another language. Italiano. Stare fondate. con Macho Automato. Let's see. Found in 1951. The program. This is just me like trying to like understand a Romance language with no understanding of Italian. The construction of the transport in 1907. I'd say that's fabricated in the town of RAF. No, I don't know Italian well enough to read this. I'm doing all right, but it's I'll read the translation. Not pretty close, man. That was pretty close. We're doing all right. The Romance languages are close enough that if you know a little bit, you can kind of poke through it. Okay, so they're Czech. I was curious what country. There's a Czech company. All right, so these are the Lias that I like. This one. I'm just trying to see. I kind of want to build something. I'm just looking for some reference material. I'm trying to see there was what do I have in Farming Sim. Trying to kind of figure out what this truck is. Because I want to kind of build it like the truck that I'm using currently in Farming Sim. I think it's a little bit of fun. So it's going to be a small tractor. And then I'll be able to build some trailers for it. So bring up Farming's, where are you at, Modem? Let's see, I'll show you guys the one that I have in game at present. That's the one I kind of want to emulate. Kind of a cool truck, so I'm trying to see. I think it's based off the Lias. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right or not. Up there it is. I just found it. Okay. There it is right here. So this one is the W50. Okay. All right, here we go. So here's the Lias W50 right here. IFA. IFA is the one. This is the other one. IFA is the one I want. IFA W50. Okay. So that's what I'm looking for. I really like this truck. It's kind of cool. It's a neat design. It's old school. Old school as heck. That's what I kind of like. So we're going to run with that. I'll kind of keep that. Let me check some chat here. The old Italian trucks with spaghettis for wires, huh? Yeah, Italian. You know, I'll bring it back up. The Romance languages, like I took many years of Spanish, but I can't speak Spanish. But I can kind of work through it a little bit. I'll go through it Italian again. Stare fottando come Macho Automato. So that would be Istata was founded in 1951, I think. So it looks like the program, they started construction in 1907. Looks like La Fabrica is probably fabricated. That's the name. Nome is name, I believe. Al can tell me. Reichenbacher Automobile, RAF, which I've seen the RAF badge on them. I'm not sure about this. Nel, in 1975, La Society of 11 Point Independent. Not sure what that's all about. These look like proper names. So the Lias participated in a rally, in a multi-rally qualification part. And this is the Dakar Rally. Dopo il crollo del comunismo, avvenne communism. When they were privatized in 1995. So in the fall of communism, they privatized in 1995, I think, which would be around the fall of the Berlin Wall, I imagine. The Society Cambria, old known as Skoda. So Skoda is another. Who makes Skoda? I'm not sure, but I know Skoda, but I'm not sure. Did Skoda buy Lias, maybe? So it looks like they were bought again. So this is another build request there. Yeah, I kind of fumble through, but I can't speak or read it really well, but I can kind of fumble through and kind of get the broad strokes. Just reading some more chat here. Oh, we'll see you later there, Zachy. I'll have to look that up. OM. Let me, I was hoping I could just copy it because it's a little bit, I have to just type it out again. OM. Officine. Is Mediciniche, is that machine? Let me bring it back up. Alright, let's see. Mecaniche. Mecaniche is to be machine, right? Is that like car? Okay, and what is officine? Is that the office of machinery, essentially? Like something like that, like a department of machinery? Looks like Milan. Gordona Come, NC, Yana Semestri, and that's interesting. Yeah, I love me some Wikipedia going through some of the stuff. Well, that's a pretty car. The Italians never had a problem making a car that looked nice. The wiring was quite often a disaster. But they never had a problem making the I do like Avicos. And then Fiat bought them out, essentially. That's interesting. Yep, look at the Discord build challenge discussion. Okay, let me bring that up. Quickly grab that. I did see that you had a manual crank on them. Is that what you're talking about, the manual crank? Citrus is shit in the air. Is it because you're pushing the wheels up against the frame, so it's causing the bug? Yeah, that's why. And you have to do a proper crank landing gear. Yeah. Yeah, I would say you were forcing the wheels into another block, and it was causing the floating glitch. That's what I would think. Is that what was happening? Yeah. All right, so let's so that how the hell did I delete? Did I close the window? No, I didn't. Okay, so we're gonna work on this IFA. We'll work on this IFA. It's not gonna be an IFA, but it's gonna be kind of like it. Let's go. 11. Okay, that's not bad. 2, 3. Let's see. Trying to get some dimensions on this. There's a wheelbase. I don't see width on this. They're very cool though. They were agged out. Yeah, these W50s. They could put ag tires on these, so it's got a 3.2 meter wheelbase. Okay. Let's find the length on that. That's kind of neat. Yeah, so so the total length is 5.3 meters. So that's pretty short. So we're gonna start off. Yeah, we'll do this. Width's got to be pretty. So these are central engines. So what I'm gonna do is, let's see where we're at here. All right, so make that a 9er. And I want to try to put a central engine hump in here if I can. I'm not gonna be able to do it because of this frickin' seat being so damn wide. If I made it an 11, we could do that, but I don't want to make it wide. That's the problem. So with the seat the way it is, I'm not going to be able to do that the way I want it to. Come on, I just thought I clicked on that. So that's not the end of the world. I wanted to put a central engine hump in there, and I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. I could put a little bit of a doghouse in there, but that's not really going to help me. So it's going to be cab over. You know, the real one, it has a central engine hump. I wonder, let's see. I could offset it. I definitely do not want this even width. Let's go to an 11. Let's go to 11. I really want that central engine hump. Okay. Just kind of a, you know, that's kind of nice sometimes having a theme on the vehicle of what you want, because then you can kind of do some stuff around that. Because this has kind of a central engine hump like so. And this is actually where the engine is. It's up in the cab. Yeah, because it sits, the cab sits over the engine, so I kind of want that feature in there. And so because I want this hump, you know, and that's going to be one of the central features of my truck. I'm trying to get the tunnel correct. All right, so I think the tunnel will be like that. So that's kind of the gimmick on this one. And then I'm going to put up the firewall there. That'll make it 8. I do not want this to be even. Even is so gross and a pain in the ass to make work. I do want a tunnel. I kind of need... I could do 2, but then I'm just at an even number, and that's worthless to me. I could do this, though. Let's do this. We'll put a little XML in here. Alright, we'll do this. I want to keep this narrow. We'll put a tunnel in here. A one, let's see. Do a 1 wide tunnel. So here's the center tunnel on this. Like that. Alright, then we'll take this seat. Cut it, and we'll move it. I need to do a count. There's no way in sunny hell I'm doing an even number build. So that is 10. There's no way I'm doing a 10 build. We'll keep it 11. Okay. Even builds are the devil. We're not doing that, certainly. We'll make it 11, and I'll put a regular seat in. Okay. All right. All right, then what we're going to do is I'm going to XML these blocks here so that I can do the engine 3 wide and then XML around it, so that's fine. That's the center tunnel there, and then this will be XML to cover it. So that'll be kind of how we sit in there. Oh, nice. You're going to put extra blocks in there for no reason? Like, let's go like this. Zang. The other thing is, like, these types of builds, these old schools, sometimes are really cool to build in game because they're pretty, like, blocky because, you know, that's how they were back in the day, is things are just blocky as hell. And so it doesn't look weird when it comes in a game. Then it almost has, like, a shelf, and then it has the, yeah, it shelves up, and then it goes to the windshield. So I probably want to push this off 1. Okay. So that'll be the windshield, and then this will go like so. Yeah, that looks better. That looks about right. Okay, and then this will go. Like so. All right, and then it's pretty much flat glass on there. Okay. Yeah, so that'll be kind of cool. That'll be something a little different. A little bit wider than I like, but it's not ridiculous. All right, firewall. Firewall's really between the engine. All right, that's kind of cool. And front axles are right under the doors, so we're talking right here. So let's go build this up a little bit, and then probably back seats are kind of right on there. So are these seats in line? No, they're not. This one's forward too much. Actually, this one was where I want it. That one's fine. This one needs to move up. Okay. Nope, I need that for glass. Okay. Fine. All right, good. So let's do a floor pan. And then it has really high windows. They're like all the way up to there in the back. Right, so that's kind of the cab shape that I'm looking for. And then everything's nicely rounded, and then kind of it angles a little bit. So, has some cool shapes that I like to kind of try to mimic as much as I can. All right, so that's kind of cool. Let's try to get these wheels where I want them. So let's go right there, there. Pretty high off the ground. These are used for egg, so let's increase these up, make them 1.5s. And then we'll keep it off the ground a little bit. Give it a little bit of height. Don't like doing doubles on this. It looks kind of funky when I do that. Let's try to cut straight off. Let's go like this, the wheel wells. Okay. That's better. All right, good. That's kind of nice. It's awfully wide because it's like doesn't look that tall because it's so friggin' wide, but it has to be wide to get the engine in the middle like I'd like it to. So let's drop it down. Okay. I'll fix this. That's better scale-wise, I think. Go. That's not bad. Real chat here. What's it have to do with the top 5? I review all the builds. Alright, let's see. This is coming along. Let's get some glass in there, and then I'll know where I'm at. Nope, definitely not. It's not high enough. I like that if it's like that now. I'm digging that. That's coming out nicely. I like that. Looks good. Alright. Might try to crush this in and make it feel like it's a little bit more... Alright, the sucker is friggin' wide, isn't it? Okay, what are we talking here? What's the width on this sucker? 9er. Okay. Let's save this real quick. Alright, and let's load it up, and I will XML that window now. I'm trying to do that now because it's just I have to end up... If I don't do it now, it's going to... I'm going to have like 10 windows. I'm not going to be able to find the right one. If I do it now, it's easy because I have it right in front of me. So just Control F. Window narrow. Let's see. Nope. There it is. All right. That just makes it easier doing the window now. Because I only have one window in there. Let's see, what do you do? A 4 by 2? Okay. So we'll save that. We'll open up the same one, let it reload it. We'll search for window. Window 2 by 1. Let's try that one. See if it's 4. Ah, it's an even number. Crap. Yeah, it's an even number. It's going to be funky. What happened to it? We're looking at here. Yeah, I can't do a 4 because they need to be evens. Let's do this. Let's go. That. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, center position there. Might be able to make that work here. Save that, try to make it a 5. 2 by 1, where are you there? 2 by 1. Right here, okay. That's the wrong one, okay. Probably the negative, but who knows? Process of elimination. Okay, it's definitely not that one. It's got to be the negative number then. All right. Yeah, it's backwards, so it makes sense. The negative number. Right. All right. See if those look all right. Ah, they're doing the shimmer. Yeah, I won't have the shimmer. Let's cut that. Let's go like this. Make them tinies. There you go. Kind of like it flat like that better. Okay, that's good. Let's go cut you there. I'll look at see how this. Bring up the reference material here. We'll take a look at it. I have a good back picture of it. Yeah, like this is an ag version. They put ag tires on it. Bunch of these, like say they're rounded nicely in the back. That's a good back picture of it. Not seeing any real good back pictures of it. Cool looking vehicle though, I like it. Alright, we'll play with it a little bit, see what I like with it. Alright, so we already know what's going here. You. That should go upside down like that. Alright. Let's try to get an engine in here that I'm happy with. I might be able to... You know what? I might be able to just poke this tunnel like this. I think we'll be alright with this tunnel. I don't think I need to use the tunnel as much. So that's actually not bad. I have space to stick the engine in there. Oh, good. Belt drive. Let's just do modular. Get all the parts and I can start cranking this engine out. Might actually put, I'm gonna put that radiator up just the other way. Okay. What do these have for real engines? Let's take a look. Let's see. I'm curious about the engines, and I'm curious about the transmissions. Engine I4. Okay, so we're gonna have an I4. Okay. No transmission. IFAW50. IFAW50. Transmission. All right. All W50 trucks are fitted with a single disc dry clutch. Ooh, dry clutch, gross. And mechanically operated 5-speed with synchro mesh. So synchro on it. Okay, and transfer case locking diff. So we'll do a 5-speed synchro mesh. That's interesting. Swirl chamber injection. That's interesting. I want to read about this. Oh, so it blows it in here and then it sucks it in, kind of like a carb. Interesting. So 5-speed, all right. Top speed, 90 kilometers an hour. Okay. So good info on that to kind of try to get it going. So 5-speed, all right, good. So I4, so that's what it's going to have. Of course, it's going to be one block too short for that shit. I need an I4 in here, so that's important to me, is to have the I4. So. Okay, that needs to go like that, so we can get the I4 in here. All right. All right, so there's the I4 that I must have. This makes the friggin' pumping a pain. Nah, not too bad, actually. It's not too bad what we have to do now because of that. So let's go alternator. Let's get symmetry off. Okay. Starter just has to go under, which isn't the end of the world. Starter's going to stick out like that. That's fine. I make the bumper double thickness if I need to, but I think it's fine. I think I'm not going to mind it. Visual componentry doesn't bother me. It's kind of neat. that's gonna go like that. This is gonna flip again. We'll eventually figure out where that's gonna be. Alright, good. Come on. Cooling manifold is going to go like this. And I'll probably double the bumper up, maybe. We'll see. Alright, probably normally aspirated, I would think. Try to see what double bumper looks like. Might be excessive. Might just drop the bumper down one. I really want to make this taller. I don't know. Not really. Could do this. I don't think it's going to bother me, but... that sits a little low now. We'll see. I don't think it's going to bother me, so we'll just leave it like it is. Actually, let's see. This I can cut out. Alright, perfect. We can move this back. Oh, gorgeous. I was artificially pushing it forward for no good reason. Okay, good. That's awesome. That is really good. Okay. I didn't notice that block. I thought that block was the back, and it wasn't. So that can go to there, actually. So that's perfect. Beautiful. That really does help. All right, let's cut a bunch of shit out of here. There we go. That helps a lot. Okay, good. That really does help. The nice thing with the inlines, too, with the game is it's it makes the pumps so I can get around it a little bit easier. All right, there we go. That's better. All right. So starter can go in the mid. Pump. Go here. That's better. That's better. That's really better. Okay, good. Good. And then you can go Celera. Nice. All right, that is really good. All right, that's much better. All right. All right, there we go. So we have the pump for the radiator. We have all that. Good. So that's good. That's good. Read some chat here. General. All right. Oh, that's very cool. Yeah, I like that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I like the double steer axles. I did. There was one of these in Farming Sim. I saw recently, so that's neat. I do recognize that from Farming Sim. That's neat. They're all. Very cool, very cool, very cool. Let's see. All right, 5 speed. Let's work on the transmission. I want to know how many boxes I need off the top, right off the bat here. All right, so here's the, I just grabbed the one from the medium and we'll start fresh here. I don't know what gear ratios this is going to have. Let's do this really quick. Let's see, let's go back. So make it 5 speed. With a 5 speed, we can go up to this anyway. Let's keep the same ratios. We might as well, so I'm going to just rack these out as 1s. Because I remember I had to do a reverse for 6, so we'll stay off 6 gear, and we'll do, that should allow me to keep it with 4 boxes. 6, 5, 6, 5. Yep, that'll let me do 4 boxes for this. So that's actually perfect. We'll just run that. This looks good. So it'll be a 9-1, a 9-1, 5-4-3, a 1-8, a 1-2. So this doesn't need a scream either. This is going to be kind of a slower vehicle anyway, so that actually works pretty well. So we'll run that. All right, let's see. So what do I need? 4 boxes? I need 4 boxes, okay. And then I want to make this kind of compact, so I need to come back in for a transfer case, which is fine. I have space for transfer case, so. What do we have? Way towards. Okay, way, and then towards. All right. And then I need to look at the Wikipedia for trying to see what the, I forget what the wheelbase was. Wheelbase was, showed me the total length of it is what I was interested in. 5.3 meters. So there's 5 1/4 right there. So I want this to be a short Johnny. So that's my length, my max length on there. That actually works really well. Should I drop the whole transmission down or not? I have to do a side pipe, which I don't mind. Let's do that instead. I have the space. I was wondering if I was creeping up on my space, but I'm not. That looks low, though. Yeah, that looks low. Put it back up. Okay. Transfer case there. Okay. Eventually, I'll remember to turn symmetry back on. There we go. Okay, and that is the back bumper out here. So that's gonna be the back bumper. We'll build that up. So there's my back bumper. Just kind of looking for overhang. Not much overhang. It's gonna be a semi version, so not bad right there. What's the actually? Let's look up the wheelbase. Wheelbase should be 3.2 or 3.7, depending on the model number. So 3.2 right there. I do the right one here. Let's delete this. 3.2. Perfect. It's the nice thing about using, you know, using actual data is it's like you don't have to guess how it's going to look. It's just make it. Yeah, I could use their numbers and because there were stretched models that had like back seats, and so that's probably why. All right, so that's kind of that. Let's do frame rails. That's probably wide for a frame rail. We'll go one in the frame rails. There you go. Frame rails. Okay, nice. Very nice. Kind of leaf. I do usually do those for like leaf springs. Also add some weight really nice and low, so it helps with center of gravity, but it also looks good for leaf springs. There's 160 weight front and rear. So, I assume it has hydraulic brakes, so I'm not going to do air brakes on this. And I'll stick one of my fifth wheels on there. That's looking pretty good so far. I'm liking it. Sit in it, see how it feels. Yeah, that looks scale-wise, it looks perfect. I was afraid it was looking too big, but it's actually coming out perfect. Look at that. Beautiful. It's really coming out nice. I'm liking it. Good scale on it. I wanted it to feel small, and I was afraid it was feeling too big, but it's actually right on the money, dude. Sits a little bit lower than I want, but I could also pump these tires one. Let's pump them one. Because they often did put ag tires on these, so we'll rack this sucker up tall. See how it sits. A little bit low for me. It's not bad though, I kind of like it. And then if you're getting a little bit of head crush on there, of course these are 3s. Everything's a 3x1 when you need it to be something else, but No, they're 4x. Perfect. That's a 4x. I thought it was a 3. It was a 4. I miscounted. Beautiful. That helps with headroom a little bit. Makes it feel a little less claustrophobic in there. See? Lifts it up a little bit, makes it feel a little less claustrophobic, and you can look up without glitching through. So, and the center tunnel is right there. I'm going to probably change that up just a hair. Because it has this flat center section is where the engine sits up into the cab, and there's a handle on there. You pull that off in the doghouse to actually do repairs. There we go. Look at that. That's even better doghouse there. That's the doghouse, and so you would go and you actually repair it from there. You pull the engine housing off, and that's where the engine is. Digging it, and digging it. Okay, changing these to manifold pieces to look like shackles for the suspension. That looks better. The shackles. Alright, that's better. It's a little low for me, but it's not bad. I could puff. Here, let's do this. I kind of almost want the ag tires on there. Oh, you suck. They're close. It's real close. 5s are big, but I can't shrink them and then stick them on there. Like, I want them like that. Make sure I can't put them on the front. That looks, yeah, like that's, yeah, they're a little bit wide too, so let's just run 3s, max 3s on there. And then the high grips look like the ag tires, so putting high grips on so they look like ag tires. Agricultural tires, there we go. That's looking pretty good, man. Let's rate the chate. Just reading the chat. Well, that's good, Citrus. Nice to get done. How's it going there, David? Haven't seen you in a while. How are you? Forced induction. Where's my words? What do you mean, like supercharger? If you need to, David, put a link in the help. Let's see. All right, let's look at IFA semi. IFA 50 semi. Gotta see how they dress the back. Good look at the model from Farming Sim, but there's one right there. Okay, it's cylindrical tanks, which I'm not gonna be able to do. Oh, so there's some cool things you can do with, like, some of the real ones have it where you can put a bed on the back of a semi. So I might do that. That would be a really fun thing to do, I think. Oh, and then do a multi-tilt. Ooh, baby. Now I'm starting to think of some cool stuff to do, so. Yeah. That's like when you start getting into the mechanics of it and thinking of stuff, so that's kind of cool. So let's put some tanks on here, so. Mediums actually fit really beautifully. There we go. That fits nicely there. A little bit low. Nah, that's not bad. It's already sitting kind of where it is, so that's in line with the axles, so it's not bad. Let's go like this. like that. Kind of like I've stepped in one, do that, and I'll stick it through the frame rail if need be. Do that. I'll frame rail it. All right. There we go. Let's go, instead of that, let's do this. All right, that joins the tanks. Or was it? There it is. It's gonna be normally aspirated, no turbo. Bring up a couple more pictures to kind of look at myself here. Just trying to see where the exhaust is generally run on these suckers. I think it's just an under exhaust. Mine sits a little bit low, but it's not the end of the world. Bump it up if I need to. Alright. Put an exhaust on this side. Alright, let's go. Next host. All right, there's exhaust in there. Eventually I'll figure out where the hell I am and be able to place it. All right, so that's pretty damn good. It's coming out nicely. The problem is, let's see if I can get the shifter where I want it. I don't think I can. Oh, yeah, asymmetry's not on again. So yeah, like you can see into the engine compartment, I like that. I wonder if I jack it up and put it on 5s. I don't know. I'm kind of liking the low profile of it. We'll see. I might jack it up and put it on 5s to get it a little bit more filled out. We'll see in a second here. The shifter IRL is right here off of the, because they put it right on the doghouse and then it's linked out. We'll see if I can come up with some solution to make that shifter work. That would be really cool. Symmetry's off again, good. digging this. Trying to find that IFA blue. Let's see if I can. I'm gonna try to color this up, see what I can do here. All right, let's grab it and see what we look at here. I'm trying to get, I want a darker end of it right there is good. Let's see what we're at here. 16, 107, 186. 16, 107, 186. 16, 107, 186. She'll find it. There we go. Okay. There we go, baby. That looks right. Sometimes the color's a little bit off in game compared to the IRL. It's imagery. All right. Yeah, it's gonna get jacked up, I think. Let's look at one more time in the world. It looks a little bit on the short side. Not terrible. I don't know. It's still. I don't know. It looks all right. We'll see. Let's jack it up a little bit here. Let's see. See what I can do. Wheels going. Okay, they are already one placed off. All right, so that's fine. We can stage them down here. That looks the beef cannon, man. That does look beef cannon. Let's go, and these wells are going to be too big if I do that, though, so we'll go like this. That looks good. It's gonna look beef cannon. Damn! Oh no, they stick out too much. Piss off. I gotta push them back in. That's not. They're too. They're sticking out too much. Looks ridiculous. It looks just too big like that. I'm gonna decrease their size a little bit, but we'll drop them down a little bit. But I gotta push them in. Run them. We'll run 50s on there. See what it looks like. It's just too much. All right. That's better, and then they gotta come in one, so that's all right. At least I have space for it, you know. Getting to the point where you don't have space for the stuff, that's what sucks. I do have space for this, so. The whole point was to drag that in one, so what am I doing? Did I drag something and I didn't want to over there? I did, but it wasn't the end of the world. Okay. Piss off. Merge. That's better proportionally. That looks beef cannon. That's looking pretty good there. Could even probably drop them a hair and be fine. Alright, good. Let's read some chat. Yeah, it's the best thing. I would say leave a link. Especially if you've been banging your head against the wall. I'm a big advocate to not bang your head against the wall for too long. Like, sometimes, even if I just go take a break and do something else, it comes to you, or you're like, because you're in a mindset where you're hyper-focused on something, and then it excludes anything else it could be, and that's when you get into a situation where you're, like, knocking your head against the wall, and somebody else, like, who's not in that hyper-focused state comes right in, sees it, tells you what it is, or else you come back, and then you're like, oh, there it is right there. And so it's just continually banging your head against the wall sometimes isn't great. Just taking a little break and then looking at it, and you're like, oh, there it is. You know, so sometimes that's much, much mo better. Much mo better. Much mo better. Splinter and Shredder. Okay. I have to look and see what the interior colors look like on this. I like having step doors here too, with a step like that. That helps. Then I can keep it body color up against it. It's not a big deal. And then right here, right there, beautiful. All right. What do I want for in here? Let's see if I can get a picture of the IFA interior. Doing body color for most of it. I'm not a huge fan of that though. Yeah, let's see. IFA W50 interior. Spell interior, that would be really fantastic. So let's see. I love the fans they put in all that Soviet stuff. Not Soviet, but it's Czech, which I guess was... Yeah, this is the one I have in game. Yeah, I see here it has the doghouse there, and then you have your probably transfer case and shifter there. See, it looks like it's body color all through, which I'm not a huge fan of doing. Like, see, it's all body colored interior, and then they put cloth over there, probably so you don't burn the shit out of yourself because you put your arm on that. So like, that's gnarly, nasty. This I like. Yeah, see, they're starting to look like some of these are gnarly, and they set them up for ag work, which is cool. So like, it looks like dark dash with dark or light dash. They're running both, and then this one's all pimped out with with some fluff carpet in there. But it looks like body color, and then stippled. Ooh, I like the red wheels. We're gonna go for red wheels. I'll have to dial in a color on that, but all right. So kind of got some idea of what I want there. So we'll work with that. Red wheels definitely though. I'll work the color and find the exact color later. That's actually not bad. That's about on the money. They might be a little bit more faded and red, a little bit brighter, but I'm kind of digging that. I don't know if it looks weird if I blew that bumper connection out. Probably does. I might brighten the bumper a little bit. I'm not sure. Frame rails might get a little bit brighter as well. I'm not sure how I want to do that yet. Tires going in the back though. I'll tell you that much. And a tire rack. That looked cool. See if I can get this right behind the seat, then I can have it poking in. Yeah, like that. It needs to go up one if it's gonna do that. That blocked the window barely. That's beautiful. I like it there. And then I can try to put a wire rack around it. Now you're gonna be a sucko, aren't you? I had symmetry on. Did that fuck up my seat? It did. Okay. There's body color in the inside. So let's actually let's work this body color a little bit here. So what I want is we could grab that. Let's go 20 up. And symmetry, piss off. And let's go up another 10. There we go, that's a little bit of depth. It's hard to see with the sun where it is in game, but a little bit of depth on that. The blue, I think the dark blue is still too dark. Yeah, the dark is too dark, so let's go like this. All right. See how that looks. Yeah, that's more where it should be. And then we'll brighten beyond that. So let's go up 20 on this. Okay. And I don't know if I want to do body color though on the interior. Not a huge fan of that. So essentially where like the sun would be hitting like at the top, I'm gonna brighten it up like so. And then like on the angles where the sun would be hitting, that's like where the shadows would live. And then this is gonna be 246. And this would be, you know, the very tops where the sun's going to hit the most, so that's going to be the brightest there. There we go. Now that gives it a little bit of depth, and the base color is a little bit on the brighter end. You can see, like, the difference here is, like, that darkness there makes it look like a shadow and gives a little bit of life on it. And then, like, you go to the very top, it's like, it looks like the sun's beaming down on it, so it gives it a little bit of depth. Good. I do not think I want to be going body color. I'm going to kind of run my own paint scheme in here, so. Let's go, gray out the floor, I think. They run body color though on all the exteriors, which makes sense. They just probably put the whole cab in a paint booth and spray it, you know. Kind of back in the day, that was what was going to be inexpensive and fight corrosion, you know. So they just did it. Makes sense. It looks very monochromatic if you do it in games. So that's kind of afraid of doing that. I'll play with it, see what it looks like here. I might just do around the door frames like that, and then I'm probably going to just run this darker color here, and then a lighter color on the roof line, I think. Just kind of do my own color scheme, because I think it's going to be too much. It's all paint. It's just going to look cartoony. Now we'll run this 10 brighter. 20 brighter. Okay. Check that out, color scheme. I think that's working for me. Let's go. Yeah, that's pretty good. That makes it feel cozy in here, not like brutal. Okay. And then we'll go, this color here is going to get changed out for the next darker down. There we go, and then that will do in here, there, like so. And you are going to get painted, body color maybe? Yeah, body color that. Match out the doors. Okay, I think that's pretty good. What are they? 3x3s? 3x3s? 3x3s. Okay. Eventually we'll click on the right one. Good, 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 good. Do I drop this down? Yeah, so I'm digging on this. This new stance is better, I think. I like that. That looks boss. Boss, boss, boss. And then we'll be able to put a bed on this using the fifth wheel, which would be kind of cool. And I'll come up with that. So, yep, we'll see you later, dude. Just reading some chat. I don't like doing quick commands too much just because if I tap the wrong thing and think that I saved something I didn't, it's like, oh shit, you know, I didn't actually save it. And so I'd rather like click in there and my brain can remember that, okay, it's like I came in here and I clicked save and then I went over and, you know. Let's grab, let's see. Grab this fifth wheel. And then I have a fifth wheel reset on this. So this, like in real life, you pull the handle and then you just pull away. And then it, you know, you can back right into a trailer. And so this does a reset so that, you know, you decouple and then you get like 15, 20, 30 seconds, whatever I set it to. And then that will reset this key when it's done so that you, it's just like a real fifth wheel, you then can reconnect. So I'm actually gonna, instead of having to do that every friggin' time I need a fifth wheel, we're gonna save this fifth wheel. So we will cut that. Trying to think if I do this lower profile or high. I might go one forward. We'll see. This is going to have a different trailer than a lot of my other stuff, so stick it there for now. That looks, that sets up too high. I'll recess it. Yep, gonna get recessed. All right. Very too high. Yeah, that's better. A little low profile, fifth wheel. Gonna say drive forward with this, but I don't have anything hooked up. Let's see where we're at here time-wise. I might wrap it up here. Let's go ahead and save this. So that was some good good stuff today. I think you know, got a mission done. You know, figured out that I was screwing up with which I knew I was doing it, but I was like didn't really care. I figured I was going to be losing like a couple hundred liters, and I lost 5,000 liters of fuel. I underestimated how many times I recalled that vehicle, so I was like, a couple hundred liters I don't care about, and I lost 5,000, so that was too much. So, you know, we'll build in the native save here and then bring it in for the career build series. So it'll be a bunch of building in the live ones here, which will be good. You know, took a container all the way over to FJ and back, fixed some of the problems with the, you know, the air bleeds on there, so that was help. That was good to get some testing done. Took the crock out. Crock needs some work. Now working on this IFA, which will have its own little small trailer system. They'll still be T-TIS, but they'll be small. You know, because you have a different size for that. You're not running a full-size trailer on those. That'll be good for our little runabout. We'll have one passenger seat, so we can take some people to the hospital. You know, and hopefully build, you know, some vehicles. Quite a few vehicles. I like to make a lineup. I'd like to get them, as many of them as I can on the workshop. It's tough to get them on there just because, you know, I want them done and completed, and I go back and tinker too much, and a lot of the stuff isn't up to where I'm content to release it, but I'm going to try to release most of what I'm making here. I'm going to try to keep things a little bit on the simpler side so that so it doesn't take me like 10 episodes to build one thing. So hopefully make some simpler stuff that I can release, and then you guys can kind of enjoy it as we go along. So let's quickly find out the members and everything, and we'll say goodbye and special thanks to all of them. So special thanks to the members. We have Cider Mountain, Connor Boyle, Danny, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Pearsall, Citrus, and FS Gamer. Thank you to Chicken Store for being a patron. If you guys are interested in any of that, that's down in the description below. Thank you to all you guys for watching and the subscribers. If you guys have yet subscribed, please consider subscribing. I appreciate it if you guys would give the little upticky too on the videos. That helps with other people who may be interested in finding. I hope you guys are enjoying playing, and I'll see you in the next one.